pick the map everyone expects. Because if Vertigo is the only reason why you're supposed to be G2, then maybe you're not supposed to be G2. If you have any other cards you can use, you bring another map, your second best map, third best map, and it's still a good pick for you, now we're talking. Now we have that deep map pool.
There's a point I wanted to raise when it comes to and this is going to tie into this veto, right? We talk about the main difference between G2 and at the side of Entropiq, keeping aside of obviously, you know, what they're doing in the server, is experience. Look at G2. You have Nico, you have Amanek, you have Jax, you have all these veterans who've been around for such a very long time. And Nico is not just a veteran, he's also a star player, right? Because Entropiq showed these guys have been doing fantastically online, and they have managed to transition that towards LAN, but there's a clear lack of high-level Counter-Strike experience on the team. But they do have a man behind them, and that is Hooch, who's been around forever in the Counter-Strike scene. So even though in the server, and a great guy as well, fantastic personality. And I feel he has a lot to say in this veto, and not just the veto, but this entire team.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. I've been following them a little bit, and obviously, I think it's great to have that veterancy to be able to draw on in situations like that. But what you're talking about pressure there, I do just want to say, because again, I want to keep the storylines cohesive as we go through the tournament. You know, there's no given if G2 don't do well here. I mean, like, yeah, right now everything looks good. All the 5 players are performing. You know, there's no guarantee that there's no roster changes in the immediate future. They're under a lot of pressure themselves.
You're surprising me here, Richard. You're being more positive than I would be. Like, everything is great. 5 players are performing.
Well, you know, it's sort of like that. It's kind of like that, right? But look, guys, you know, I've been told they're ready to go. They're hot to trot. So, yeah, we'll just have to leave it there because we really want to get into this game. G2 versus Entropiq. Have at it.
All right, we are ready for the best of threes, as lovely Little Dicky, Richard Lewis said. It's, you know, little Momo, Little Dicky. Yeah. He said that was just the bread this morning. That was just the appetizer, those best of ones. Now we're getting into the full meal deal. And we obviously have a pretty special one coming up because this determines who advances.
Yeah, it does. G2 Entropiq. It's also like a very difficult game to call. You and I were both talking about this. Like, if this was a best of one, I would have no problem just going Entropiq. I would lock it in, and I would walk away, and I would never think about it again.
I've gone from being at the top like every day in our predictions so far to being 0-4 so far today. So I'm probably wrong, and I picked G2. But I could see Entropiq winning. Imagine Entropiq go 3-0.
I actually don't remember. I think I picked G2 as well.
GN2.
Yeah, they very well could. I mean, that's what's crazy about this. We've seen a very cool level of G2 come out in this group stage so far. Their game against FaZe yesterday was excellent.
Yes, absolutely it was. And more impressive. G2's definitely looked good, but more impressive than that has been Entropiq because that team we've been sleeping on constantly. Copenhagen Flames has been stealing our attention. If they do go 3-0 right now, and you consider that Na'Vi does the same, they split the side of the bracket, there's a chance with the way people are playing and the inconsistencies we're seeing and the unknown variables and aspects of LAN, they could make the final. They could be our dark horse in this. And you could have an Entropiq Na'Vi final potentially. I mean, I'm assuming a lot that Na'vi is going to make it, etc.
He's about 10 steps ahead of the rest of us. In terms
I always have been, Jason. About time you noticed.
You're living far in the future at the moment. But yeah, there is a world in which that can happen. And obviously, one of the nice things is teams hitting a very nice level. They're playing very well together. They're obviously feeling very comfortable and confident together. And as we kind of mentioned earlier when we saw these guys play against Liquid to start out this group stage, these guys can shoot pretty damn hard. Like they're no slouches in terms of the fragging ability, which is going to be fun to see match up on the other side of things with someone like Nico. I think if you want to talk about Entropiq, one of the things you got to be very happy about is that Elian is showing up looking very, very good. His performance against Liquid, I didn't get to see their second 1-0 matchup, but his performance against Liquid on the first day was excellent. He was providing all the picks without AWP.
Yes, absolutely was. Elian's, I think they even touched on it on the desk a little bit, the fact that he's finally coming through. Richard said he's the next of the young players in this.
The young CIS oppers.
Yeah, like the talent they're producing right now is ridiculous. And I do think, the economic aspect of it that was brought up by Semler yesterday and touched on again by Maui Snake. I know Prof had a difference. No, but the point being isn't necessarily the Tier 1 aspect, but the fact that the guys at Tier 2 who don't make as much can still justify that because it is still a good living in that situation, and therefore they are more motivated to play Counter-Strike and they gain more experience, whereas there's a lot of scenes right now that don't have a good foundation under them, and we're starting to see them kind of cool off because they just don't have that talent pool so much anymore. I mean, Denmark certainly does. They still show that form. Brazil, another country that's definitely showing off. We've had more Brazilian teams in this major than any other major. Now, we may not get one through the Legends, but there's still more of them, which means there's more talent coming through and gaining that experience. And the CIS, I think, there's just so much of it now, and it's
that whole region's hitting a super nice peak.
Incredible peak. And for a long time, it was really just Na'Vi.
Well, the fun thing about it too is like we've watched this kind of region kind of grow throughout this whole online era that we've had due to COVID, and now it's nice that the whole scene isn't collapsing now that we get on land. Like it would be a disaster if we got to land and all those teams were just like, nope, we're back to being nobodies, and we're not able to beat anybody. They're all delivering on the promise, on the hype that they've built up throughout this year, and that's absolutely spectacular. G2's got a really tough test today. I think you got to be happy if you're G2. Nico is still continuing his tear this year of playing very, very well. I think Hunter has had some very good games. Nex has had some good games as well. They've had players that step up, and obviously it's just nice to see kind of the big names that you want on this team performing consistently, especially Nico. They will need him in this whole series, and we're going to start things out on Mirage. G2 starting on the CT side, and Entropiq is going to be attacking into the G2 defense.
So Mirage is where we go for the best of one. Krad will head over toward the apartment position. Ball, meanwhile, back at the A ramp. It was dinked. Was it a dink? I thought I heard the dink noise. He doesn't even have a helmet on. What did I hear that was that loud? Either way, maybe my ears are just crazy. Maybe Nico's crazy with his aim now. He's getting dinks, but without helmets, they are just clean kills, straight up with the USP and the pistol rounds. And that means that they have the two-man advantage. The rotation, the underpass play, that sort of two-man split that they sent off to try and boost up, finally gets in position, and Forrester needs these kills. He doesn't get them quick enough, expects that there's still more inside of the site, wants to help his team, but the Glock at that range is nothing against a USP. Although Jax still manages to find two. Krad got one in the middle, so it's not a perfectly clean round, but four stay alive, and G2 win the round. With no bomb plants.
Not perfect, but very, very clean, as you said, with those headshots. Nicely done from Jax up on top of the balcony, and obviously Nico getting things started. Entropiq just gets whittled down. Now you get the next test of G2, as we saw yesterday in the green room with Yanko. It's not the pistol rounds you got to worry about with G2, it's the second rounds. Can they actually convert off this victory?
And again, that's the reason I bring up the lack of a bomb plant, because you're not going to be facing the AK-47s.
Yeah, it makes it a bit easier.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's almost needs to be like, if I'm a T side right now in pistol rounds, I'm always going to be trying to get a bomb plant. That has to be goal number one, because even if you lose, you're still in an okay position.
Well, so it begins. Nico takes a tag. He's going to be softened up for the Deagles. 30 HP on him from the scout. Elian's going to be more than happy with that exchange. And you can see here's the Deagle that would finish Nico off. Next is going to investigate. Nice double peek. Actually, Nico even gets tagged. I don't know if it was the range or if it was maybe through the body of Nexa just a little bit. Nico's brought down to 5 HP. Lucky to be alive. And that's going to be interesting. If they can have success, if they can find Nexa or Amanek with Nico's HP, he can't really take part in this coming battle. So far, so good though for G2 as Amanek and Nexa kind of shove aside the danger in this round by getting those opening kills. No real danger. No real aggressiveness available after the first two kills come out. Elian's left alone with the scout to just find one kill at the end in garbage time.
Ain't gonna happen.
Ain't gonna happen.
Not today, Junior. Amanek coming up with the kills as they close it out again. So that time they do concede a bomb plant, but they win the round. That's more important, and the money was coming anyway for the T side. Just a note as well, and I'm sure you're all aware, you've got technology and you know how to use it, you smart people of Twitch. But there is obviously a match on our B stream as well. That's Vitality versus EG. And that one is very much for elimination. While we talk about the advancement on this side, that one is someone going home.
Yes. Yes, it will be. And I think there's a heavy favorite in that game as well. That'd be EG.
Yeah, I got it. I didn't want to kick a dead horse, you know?
Krad over the top of the smoke, sees nothing, but equally Jax doesn't hit him with the spray. This is a nice little push. Hunter has gone all the way through underpass and found it clear, which is interesting considering there is one player up there in advanced position for Jax, and I think, yeah, he gets caught out by that a little bit, but that's not going to dissuade Hunter from continuing to push forward towards T-spawn. He knows it's just the one guy. Everything else is clear. He would have seen some other indication, and this should be a slaughter as the smoke clears. A little bit shaky from Nico. He's just getting warmed up.
He is indeed. I expected a little bit more of a purchase out of this. My apologies, as they didn't quite get enough even with that bomb plant down. It's only the third round bonus, so now we'll see guns. Now we get the 3-0 from G2, so yeah, look. Maths, they're hard.
Elian can go for the AWP in low armor, or helmetless armor. That's exactly what he's going to do. Add a smoke into the equation. 3-0 for G2 in the early going. But now we get into the fun stuff.
Yeah, now we get this party started. Omnic to middle with the AWP, goes straight down. Okay, not looking for any fancy jump, wants to get under the... Okay, all right, Omnic, straight up to the top of middle with an op. Elian apparently knows that this is a possibility. He's certainly aware that they like to run this strategy. Tags him through the wall, didn't get the kill, but that damage was almost enough. Look at the nades they try and throw to kill him as he tries to run back. They could have swung on that. Potentially could have swung on that, and that's why Hunter was on catwalk.
Yeah, you can swing on it, but I think Entropiq's just saying, look, we've neutralized the aggression. We're more than happy with that. Trying to shoot a flashbang over to a teammate.
We're seeing more and more of these little flash tactics.
Did that actually make it? Is that the one he's got in his hand?
Yeah, I didn't see if that did make it or not, because there's that little step in the middle of the
site,
site,
Do you trust the angle of which you shot that flashbang? It's like a game of pool across the entire bomb site. Elian is going to have some space to peer over the smoke in connector. As I was saying, though, the T-side happy to just force Almanac back. They consider that a victory. Pop flash peek. Oh, that's beautiful. Nexa from the A site. There's the flashbang shot over to him, and it comes back.
How do they not consider window after letting the smoke dissipate? They just get flashed off by it. Such a simple play from Nico. And he's got 3 in this round now. Make it a 4th as he gets Lackey as well. He's got the ace. He finds Forrester sneaking out. Deagle at range. And Nico is on the board. 4-0. And he's, sir, looking deadly. 5 kills Almanac, 9 for Nico. And again, 5 of them in that round.
Style points. I'm just going to give him 2 assists as well, considering he's the one who shot the flashbang over to a teammate that then delivered this. Yeah. So Nico does all the work in this round for the team, and even finishing it off with a deagle. Not even bothering to reload. He's on a heat check right here, and he's got it. It's beautiful stuff. That's a way to start a game, and it makes sense. Entropiq immediately call a timeout because you just got spanked.
Yeah, you did. That's an even cooler point. You're right. He was involved in getting the flashbang over to his teammate. That is actually unreal. That is super cool. That just shows that it's not all skill with Nico anymore, that he's matured. He has that game sense about him as well. And it'd be interesting. I know that, you know, listening in on comms, we've had that debate before about, you know, you could have streams where the comms were live or they were relayed to you after. I do think the Formula 1 tactic of potentially getting a radio message, then having them go through sort of a producer who grabs them delayed. Because where I'm going with this is it'd be nice to hear some of the comms now about how they talk about grenades, and maybe there's a change in how grenades are discussed and how, you know, do you need a flash? I can get you one now, instead of we have to rotate, right? Who's aware of it? Who's got the best idea of what to do in those situations?
Well, color me shocked that you think Formula 1 is doing something well.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? I can tell you lots they're doing wrong, too. But,
but that's less fun.
That is less fun.
Ooh. Lackey eats the nade. 51 HP. Hunter for the jump up on the bench. Bubsky's bench. As Nico sprays through the smoke. A lot of pressure from multiple different angles, and actually a little bit ropey for G2 to handle it, but they do just pull it under control. There was some space that was found. Nickelback gets up mid, but that's a lot of HP taken away from him, so shouldn't be any more danger. He does jump over the murder hole. They're getting some nice tags, but the HP is drifting and slipping away. The bomb is still down on top of T-ramp. So that should be the round as Nico finds a kill on Catwalk. He is 11-0 in these first 5 rounds so far. Make it 12.
Yeah. Maybe.
Almost jinxed him.
Oh no, you did. He didn't get the kill, and he's probably going to die to this deagle now, Jason, so... Thanks very much. Please don't ever come back to the party again. You're not invited. Forrester, even though the bomb is down, knows there's not much he's going to be able to do. Hunter gets the kill instead on the AWP. The assist goes to Nico, so he continues on with a good ADR. At this point, just to give you an idea of what that ADR is, it is 230.8. Now, that was before the last round, because I'm still waiting for that to update on my side. But that's still a ridiculous, ridiculous amount of ADR.
3 players on G2 before the buy in this round were sitting around $12,000. They're rich.
It is still 230. Yeah. That's pretty good.
We'll take it. Yeah, getting that ace helps, obviously.
Sure, yeah.
Hunter, deep Molotov through the smoke, and Entropiq has taken a very fast-paced mid-control. And surely those footsteps from Forrester would be heard. That one has made it underneath window. Zenade is dropped out close, but not a whole lot of damage done. Jax finds a kill and traded through the smoke. That's a Krieg from Krad.
A Krag? Krieg.
What is, did you ever, what is it? The Legend of the Hidden Temple, that old Nickelodeon show? They had the Ultra Krag was like the final obstacle you have to make it through.
Interesting, yeah.
Not that it really applies here in any reasonable way.
Sorry, Jason, not all of us are 40 years old and remember those children's shows.
That show is legit.
Pretty sure you're only like a year older than me, so whatever. Both a bunch of boomers. Hunter's taken down by Forrester. His head removed by an AK that was coming out from the underpass. And that'll open up window. They'll re-smoke it because they don't want what to happen, or a repeat of what happened in the last round, I should say, or 2 rounds ago now, I suppose, from Nico with the ace. That's where it all started, by getting flashed back into middle. Meanwhile, over at the B side of the map. From the apartments, a Molotov will go into the site, and that's been heard. Nico's going to rotate over, but they are late getting there. However, even though Nico's late, he gets inside of the site. Still has Almanac on Catwalk. Good flash from Nickelback. Almanac rendered useless on the AWP, but do they know that Nico's gotten here? And Forrester's going to try and lurk through this super long rotation right now for Nexa, which means Nico needs to stay alive. That's why he wasn't peeking, why he wasn't being aggressive. But unfortunately, he is found out by Nickelback.
Yeah, I don't even think they actually saw him. I think that's just a hard clear. That's a good read, just making sure you're safe to be able to get that bomb planted. Nexa, just to save the M4A1 into the next round. Look at those stickers. Optic Gaming, Markelov.
Next up, does at least get Nickelback down and keeps his gun up, but round over. Forrester far enough away, is he? Yeah, just takes 2 damage. He only had 16. Look at all the utility flying around inside of the site. They'll go back and gather what they can in terms of grenades.
Still another full buy for G2. Just touched on last round how much money they had built up. Nico, 13,000 before he starts dropping weapons over to teammates. Probably going to buy an AWP for Almanac. Timeout called by G2 to make sure they're on the same page and they can respond in kind as soon as possible. 4-round lead in the early going. You can see there Dust 2 is going to be the second map picked by Entropiq, and Ancient will be the deciding map in the series if we can make it there.
Yeah, if we can make it there. Absolutely right. G2 certainly don't want to allow this to happen, and Entropiq, who's been so successful and has been keeping games close, are off to a slow start, so that's why the timeout came in. You can see Hooch behind them. He's constantly doing interviews for them still. There's still a language barrier for some of these guys, but more than anything, Hooch was also an analyst and a caster within the CIS region, and has been adamant about that this is a young team with lots of potential, and it's nice to see him supporting them in that way and giving them that confidence, as well as sort of being a deflection and keeping distractions off of them by doing a lot of the press stuff. Jack's already over toward B. We've lost one of the round. Almanac was found very early on by Forrester.
Yeah, great shot from Forrester. Almanac's just trying to find the angle up in Palace. Nex is going to put himself in a position. I imagine there'd be a timing on when he decides to actually push in and perhaps clear out Palace, but for the moment they still think A is a potential target. They will be incorrect. Jax is going to have to get that smoke down, but they're not going to respect it. The question is, G2's kind of got information this is a possibility. Do they rotate anyone over to help out? It feels like G2 has already made the call. And ironically, actually maybe not ironically, but Entropiq's going to back off and perhaps a fake?
So Nico holding out that mid position and window again has no idea what's going on because he's smoked off and they have no one in the B site, and I think that probably would lead to an early call on a save.
Yeah, well, right. They've already made that call to say if they go A, we're going to fight. If not, you know, this is a little bit of a blind gamble stack. They think they have a read, and unfortunately they don't. Nico's going to go down, and that definitely seals it. But cool play from Entropiq. You get smoked out, you get stalled out of the hit, the timing that you wanted. Send 2 players back. One to just make sure you clear T-spawn and make sure nobody from G2 is pushed up. That would give them the information to stack the B-bomb site, and a little bit of pressure in mid with utility. And they get a freebie. All 5 players surviving this time, and money will grow for the T side attackers.
It will indeed. I'm still up for Nexa to bring it over into the next round. I'm loving that we're getting a Krieg out so frequently. We've seen the AUG a few times this event. In fact, we saw it used against ENCE by Entropiq, by Krad. But now we're seeing the Krieg, so they're loving the scopes? The scopes. The ACOG scopes, specifically. But yeah, I think we've had a good variety of weapons so far in this event. We've yet to see a Negev, unfortunately. Saw it off as you want. R8 like I want. We've seen every other pistol. We've seen every SMG, including an MP5. And, oh, I haven't seen a Bison yet. Have we seen a P90?
Why would you?
P90 Bison, I don't think the only two. We've definitely seen a UMP.
Just trying to go through all the guns?
Well, I'm trying to think of what guns we haven't seen in the major. I want to see every gun used.
Okay, I haven't seen any of the auto snipers yet.
I was just thinking that, but I'm sure we will, right?
Haven't seen the Negev with the heavy machine guns?
Yes, that's
haven't
right. Yeah,
seen the sawed-off
as well. I just said all of these, Jason.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Come on, man. Pay attention. What am I here for?
It's a very good question. Almanac and Jax have 2 kills. Jax is going to add another one. And the B hit is going to get, shuffled aside. No success on the initial contact from Entropiq. Almanac does get naded. Some follow-up engagements almost going in the way of Entropiq, but no longer. Op cannot find its target in time. 6-2. It's a 4-round lead.
To be fair, one of the most frequently used places for the auto sniper was obviously the mid-doors pick and dust too. And now that that's not as easy to do, you may not see them as much.
Yeah, probably won't see him at all.
I hope we do. Apparently someone's saying that Heroic used the auto sniper at some point in time. So there you go.
Dang. Well, I didn't see it. Round number 9 is live. Almost to pick Ferellian. Almanac got his first mid-window and tosses out a Molotov. Lackey's going to have to put that out, and still G2 applies pressure towards top mid, but I think they just didn't get the clean fight they wanted, and obviously there's a time limit with underpass being a point of danger, and Nico and Hunter managed to back away before they get punished.
Still trying to find some information toward that connector position. They go back toward the window, see if Nico can get another peek. He's not shy to try late. Instead, though, it's going to be him that holds the jungle position. They've already rotated back through the vent as well. Nico can't catch the kill. They go by, and Iligan as well will take down Nexa. Now, I thought that was from our perspective. It was not. That was further down as the AWP found the shot. In fact, all the way over from connector, and he's going to be looking there. So Balm, they want to try and plant it for him, but they're not going to be allowed. If they could have gotten that down, although I say it was a little bit to the left. They op in the post plant at connector. Could have been a huge problem for them because they would have rotated over to the A site and then realized he was so far away that he controls the situation. Almanac trying to get back in. 40 seconds to recover this bomb. And Alien will go aggressive with the AWP up close, and he makes no mistake. They knew Jax was there. He was being held the whole time by Lackey. And the lack of information is now not a problem, as Almanac, because he has seen what happened and how it transpired, knows they're both inside of the site. And unfortunately, I believe he's going to have to concede this plant. Flash up, try and go for a quick peek on the planter. Caught himself with the flash, but not a full duration. He's able to go back. Oh, okay, well, he's just not very good at throwing things, unfortunately. Except maybe the round, because it's a 1-on-2, and it's going to get away from him.
He's got one more chance with the smoke. Over the top.
He's not going to see him. Ilian's going to play him better than that. He's going to get right inside of it. They know he's in now. There's a gap there. Who sees it first? Ilian misses. Oh, that was a close miss. When he pressed Q and brought up the crosshair again, he was just barely off of that on the no-scope attempt. But yes, it is going to be the round for Entropiq.
It's a bummer. I don't think Jax had any idea that they'd spot him going into that position. He had no idea that he was being read. You got to say, though, props to Lackey. All the patience to stay inside the bomb site in that position, not peeking anything, waiting for his teammates to kind of help out. Able to find Hunter as well. And really in that 2-on-2, Almanac and Jax really didn't make any kind of plays to gather information. They just tried to play it as passively as possible, and that gets punished. 3-round lead, it's dwindled. So is the money for G2. They're at a breaking point here in round 10. This time it's an aggressive stance towards the top of A ramp and towards Palace between Nexa and Nico. in an aggressive push into the B halls for Hunter and Jax. So trying to shrink the map, trying to get some information early on in the round.
This is actually kind of interesting that Jax is so far up underneath and doesn't really have a support system in place yet, and Krad's already there. That is an important duel to win, but they identify that he's that far pushed up, and although he could have gone down and would not tradable, they rush Catwalk trying to isolate then what would be the second player in the site, which is Hunter, and he's only good for one. Forrester will take him down, and immediately you can see that he's searching to see if the windows are occupied by Krad, looking the other direction. Bomb will be planted. Nexa knows they at least have the apartment, so he will rotate to his teammate, but a 2-on-3, and they had that information, that might be enough to just call it.
Problem is Nexa rotates into this position to go for the flank, and they already know someone's in the flank position. Meanwhile, losing Nico on the other side makes it a one front retake, and Nexa and Jax, they want nothing to do with it. So Entropiq have cracked open the defense and taken and stripped all the money out of the hands of G2. It's a 4 out of 5 rounds have gone in the favor of Entropiq to finally break the economy. And they're just going to be 2 rounds away. Looking good in the early going for Entropiq. They've withstood the early pressure and the early solid defense from G2 to finally find some holes.
All the jerseys identical for G2, but Entropiq got the sweaters busted out, you know? Trying to stay warm, because so far, pretty calm and collected in what is a bit of a comeback now. It was a 5-0 scoreline. And the 2 rifles in play that were saved. Let's see what they can come up with. They're going to go for the boost toward ladder instead. Forrester's already clearing underneath of middle. Jax with the AK is actually up toward Catwalk as well, so it is a B-sided bias for these rifles. Lackey clears out one. I think he even may have spotted Nexa trying to retreat. No, okay. Well, that means he's gone. He's done. Unfortunately, it is Nexa that has the rifle already, and there's no one else there to recover it. So the AK's down if they try and rotate and get a retake in that position, but Forrester's not going to allow that to happen, surely.
Oh, looks like the gun model actually blocked his vision or any possibility of him being able to react in time. Nico wants this weapon desperately. I think it might even be worth the risk if you want a chance to win this round. Elian just unscopes. Oh, Nico, be careful. Tagged and then face ripped off.
You mean like Nicolas Cage, right? Is that what you were going to say next?
I was going to go for John Travolta.
Ah, you were going to switch it up this time.
Yeah.
Okay, still a bad movie.
It's a great movie.
Stop it.
Jax needs an off angle, but he's been spotted as well. And yeah, there was never a chance for the follow-up. Amanek has picked up the M4, but 1 versus 3. What can he actually do with it? Money's not great, actually. It wouldn't be... They're going to have I think they'll be a pretty solid buy with the losing bonus that's going to come in, but wouldn't hurt to save this if you feel like you can't actually do anything. They're each going to get 2,400, putting most players anywhere from 4,400 to 5,000.
Oh. Nickelback. Gone. Swatted. Chad Kruger.
Speaking of Nickelback,
yes.
Limp Bizkit has a new album out today.
Actually?
Yes, sir.
Oh, God. Have we hit the retro period of our lives, Jason, where our childhood's coming back to haunt us?
Yeah, perhaps. All the sins of the 90s returning with a vengeance.
Do we really need Limp Bizkit in the world right now?
No. But, I mean, we never needed them to begin with. So they still gave us Rollin'.
So are we going to get together and listen to the album together?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes. Okay,
Have
I'm down.
Little hotel concert.
Yeah.
1 round away at 6-5. Here in the Legends stage. G2 trying to defeat the upstart Entropiq squad.
Next is going to put the incendiary out early with a nade on top of it in case there will be a fast play toward the A ramp, but it's not, as we know. And the fact that the bomb is still in T-spawn and held right now by Nickelback. They don't have any information on the ramp. Presumably, he's just sitting there to get utility in position for his teammates. But I say that he doesn't have a smoke. I thought maybe he was going to try and put the late smoke out, and then that way that would give them 1 more for a late mid-take or a B hit. But instead, he's just hanging out, waiting for a call. He's going to go to Palace as well, so no one taking A main as of yet. and a little bit of a boost to get them on the box. Wasn't really a full inertia-based run boost, but it still got them above the smokes in mid. I love reverse firebox. Nico's not really tucked against the box, but man, I guarantee you once, do it in matchmaking, and I guarantee you at least one round you're going to get like a trigger discipline moment playing in that position.
It's a filthy little off angle.
I love it.
It certainly is, especially.
I love it because I suck, so I play that and I get like a 3-can. It's like, yeah, boys, I'm sick. I'm the best.
It's easy kills in matchmaking.
Yep.
Hunter. Ooh, sweet Jesus. That was a small pixel. Nades raining in. Nico's out in the open. Wow, okay. Lackey with 2 quick kills through the smoke. Nexa cannot respond quick enough. Up over the top is Krad, and very, very quickly G2 get punched out of this round. It's going to be 6-6.
And this is all stemmed from the back of that timeout. Remember, it was 5-1, and we saw the timeout call.
Yeah.
And Hooch and the boys started chatting this over, and hey, fair play to them. That's a good mental composure and reset for them. They've been able to respond. They identified, obviously, the issues. And for the young team that they are and the dark horse they are in this event, that's exactly what you want to see. That's a very promising tell as they're going to tie this game up. So, yeah, Entropiq making a case for this. Like you say, if it was a best-of-1, I would have had no problem. Just like you said, picking Entropiq to win it. Best of 3, we weren't sure, but good start so far.
I don't know if it's a good start. It might be a great start for them to come back like this with such a vengeance, not let G2 get so far ahead. And now they have control. Now there's economic issues and economic concerns that G2 have to address. Timeout is called, the second one. 3 rounds left in the half to play. And even with that saved M4, I don't think you buy here. So a real good chance for Entropiq to take the lead. I think you maybe buy some SMGs or some Deagles with armor and utility, and you have some elements of danger, right? Well, some things that can help you.
And the reason you might justify that is if you were tracking the economy on the other side very well, you might say, hey, look, they don't have a round in hand yet. If we can at least get some kills, if we can at least win a few duels and limit their money, you keep it a little bit closer, right? Whereas if you give them this full eco round and they're able to build up a wealth and stay efficient, they're going to be in a huge position. Ilian already has 10K. Yeah. Everyone else would be near that then.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be one of the struggles that G2 have, especially with only 3 rounds left. It might be hard to chip that to the point where they'd want and feel comfortable. So they might actually be in the same situation as Liquid playing on hard mode, where your opposition just has so much money for the rest of the half, they don't have to worry about anything. And they have fast mid control. Forrester's been underneath the window for some time. A stack towards the A bomb site. Jax with an M4, Hunter with an M4.
Nico has 12 kills, and remember, he was at like 9 on round 4 after an ace. He had 230 ADR at that point. He's cooled off. He's only at 100 now, which, you know, you still consider the fact that it's 12 rounds in, and he was so high. That's actually a considerable drop-off. Still, he leads the way, but yeah, not really anyone getting kills is more the point.
This would be a great round for him to deliver one of his signature deagle shots. He had one to close out the ace that you just mentioned, but obviously one more to start things off in this round would be great. Entropiq being very slow, 45 seconds on the clock. There is a kit on Jax, there's a smoke on Amanek, but Jax I don't think is even going to move to this side of the map unless there's something promising happening, unless his teammates can give him something to be hopeful about. And they need it. There's no smokes either as they cross in. Nico misses 2, and holy hell.
That's frustrating. He missed those 2 by such a small margin, and then the third player faces him. And you think, surely if he slows down, it'll help. But he crouches underneath of it, and yeah. The reaction time was great. The aim was just slightly off.
It's the way all 4 of those kills came out at like the exact same moment. It was like synchronized fragging out of the Entropiq side.
New Olympic sport. Synchronized fragging. But then again, judge-based sports kind of have a controversy as enough as it is, so let's just leave that out of it. And another round that Entropiq, and this is what I was alluding to, you know, you keep all 5 players alive, they got money for the rest of the half now. Alien was pretty much going to be able to force buy for them at least another one anyway, but they're in a beautiful place. So, what a turnaround, considering we were talking about the adversity that they hadn't really faced, that slow starts have sometimes been the kryptonite for Entropiq, but now FaZe, I still say FaZe because of Nico, don't I? But G2, need to pull their socks up.
It's business time.
It's business.
Put your business socks on, baby. Amanek with the AWP, Nico's in connector, and again, Forrester, he's had complete freedom to make this play. This time he gets a kill out of it as well. Hunter trades it, but that's brought right back. Lackey has been excellent for Entropiq in this event so far, and boy does Nexa have everything to do. Swinging out of his position, Elian's gonna pick him off. Barely any damage dealt, and again, the A-bomb site is lost. So, Lackey's gonna rotate around through T-spawn, pick up the bomb on his way, and Jax and Amanek have to find some safety.
As much as that was a good kill by Hunter to get, oh, look at this crowd underneath. Jax is looking just to get information, but as much as, you know, you need to get that trade, Hunter almost had tunnel vision because he's so isolated. There's no utility down. There's no smoke to cover him off, and he just walks out. It's traded off in the middle. They lose both. And that's so much map control lost. Amanek can't even save the AWP this time. They were so spread out. They had everywhere won. And we saw that as soon as Jax went down, even though the bomb was being planted on A.
I think because I think obviously I don't think G2 realized or maybe expected Forrester to be taking that kind of fast control, which he's been doing a lot throughout this half. And like that kill right there, look how much Hunter has to overextend to really take that fight and trade that kill. And that's the problem. That setup isn't really kind of theory crafted to negate that damage or that player from top mid all that well. But you're right, no smoke there, and he's certainly going to get traded. Elian. Oh, Nico gets away with one. Amanek's dropped down as well. Nico follows him. They might not expect this. Oh, one way over the bench. Good kill. Doesn't know Jax has made, or Lackey, excuse me, has made it over to the boxes. Almost transfers over. Now, Hunter's still here, and Amanek needs this kill. Needs that kill, and he gets it.
Does. Got the cadence of the peak down, and despite that the shoulder was only showing for a momentary time, he's able to get it, and they think he's probably retreated on that, but the fact of the matter is they still have Hunter above on Catwalk. That's made it hard for him to get pushed out, that he doesn't need to, that he has control of middle, so they get one through the smoke, and then Amanek battles himself out of position by taking down the player. Hunter was holding at the boxes, Lackey falls, and it's all onto Forrester. Suddenly, finally, they have an advantage, and Forrester's turn to be in a 1vx situation, round 15, and even if it weren't, money is not a factor, so he was going for this either way, Jason. But how does he even attempt to do so, knowing that an AWP was out toward middle and the bomb's down in that corridor? You'd expect it's the op that's actually going to be staring it down, but they're not. They're actually just going to let him pick this up and play it kind of smart. But if this smoke goes deep enough, I don't think it is. No, they're not looking at it, though. They can still, he can still get that.
I was actually kind of, yeah. Well, they know he's going to have to waste so much time just trying to get the bomb. Smoke giving him clearance to toss out a bunch of utility, but yeah, it's certainly wasted a lot of time off the clock. Look, this is a near impossible 1v3 to win. So just saying that so that we can all be equally on the same page with how amazed we are if he ends up winning it on his own. 14 seconds left, and now it's become physically impossible.
Hunter's forced to move with the Molotov down, but Amanek gets the position on the AWP in the air. Was he actually jumping when that hit, or did he jump at the split second after the round froze?
After the round froze.
He's using a hand warmer. There is not any other gesture that could possibly be. Calm down, chats, as it goes 8-7.
Can tell it's you're inexperienced on land when you're doing that motion with the hand warmer.
Yep, you need to be aware of what cameras can do to you, son.
Just like first time, boys. See, look at Nexa handling it well.
I remember my first time.
Like it was yesterday.
Oh, it was.
Just let that one go. Good shooting from Amanek in this round. Really well done. Still, a better job done by Entropiq throughout that half to recover. Started out 5-0 for G2, and then it was a 8-1 run before G2 closes out that first half with a round win. Now we switch sides, obviously. And a standard B exec on the pistol. Lackey's going to get the initial intention, and Amanek gets exposed, and he wanted that kill. He saw the advantage, but he didn't know Nexa was going to shut him down first. Elian tapping away. He falls to the P250 on Jax, but there's one hiding in the site. Again, traded from G2 as they make their way. Nickelback and Krad going to go for an early retake, going for shock portion of shock and awe, and even Nickelback's going to be spotted out as he turns into the site. Can't find the kills, and it's all going G2's way.
It is. And it's on to Krad. He's going to try and do something with this. We see it in the background. The X-ray of Nico that's even going to get behind him, and he makes no mistake in taking him down. Took him a few shots with the Glock, but it's now 8-8. And just like the first half, G2 win the pistol. They've now won both in this game.
And just like the first half, this is the important round, not the pistol itself. We know G2 has been struggling converting these seconds rounds. In fact, I think just yesterday we saw G2 play on Mirage and saw a stunningly uncomfortable, to put it nicely, second round out of them after winning the pistol on the T side of Mirage.
So you said it earlier, I'll say it again. Dust 2 and Ancient, it's at the top of your screen now, are the other two maps in this series, if we need 3.
If. It's a big if.
How big we talking? Like 12-point font, 24, 76. Where are we at on that one?
32, I think, is a healthy healthy size for an if.
Yeah, okay. I can dig it.
We're going to get a technical pause here really quick as one of the players has dropped from the server. You can see the admins over helping him out.
Gives them a chance to get a drink in Nico's case. But they'll have to be quiet.
Vitality EG, Matt.
Yeah, give me the update on that one. Give me the hot take.
Closer than you'd expect. It's 10-8 in the favor of Vitality.
That is closer than I would have expected. Good for EG, getting something going today at least.
Although I may have just had a bit of a spoilers moment because I think I read off the scorebot and not the stream.
Dear, why have you done that? The scorebot has been behind for me in most cases.
Oh no,
so
it's actually in sync. We're all good.
Yeah, I think they've done well at getting that. I remember when they used to not do that, and it was a huge spoiler.
I think it's because it's the major.
And I told HLTV, like, why don't you just add it? No, it's not our problem. Well, it is actually. It's everyone's problem. You're ruining the experience.
What a thing to get all jazzed up about.
It's acceptable to be jazzed about that.
10-9 now.
10-9 now. There you go. I wonder if that's a spoiler. Maybe the producers are now giving it to us before it goes out to the air. Oh, okay. Apparently it's the in-game director. He says the producer is that stupid, but he's not. So, well done. Good luck and enjoy the rest of your camaraderie in the green room today.
Dissension in the production room. Mutiny is at hand. Chatter beginning as we get back into the game. Round number 17. Investment from the Entropiq defense. Scout on Elian, upgraded pistols, bit of utility as well. Some early tags and early kill, and we might see G2 have a lackluster second round, but Hunter's going to lead the way with the MAC-10. Nexa deep behind him in support.
Hunter's going up in the window. Not going to go through it yet, though, with that smoke in position, and the latter play could actually catch him off. Timer on this, though. He knows he's there. He hears him. Doesn't want to give it up either, though, that he's there, and Hunter's going to go through the backside vent instead, but Forrester's had that call that he could get there. Unfortunately, he's been taken down from the side. That was actually on the entry from the apartments at the B sites, and bomb should be planted any second now. So G2 inside with good control. Only the one kill to get them there. Hunter low on HP, but they've got good positioning and the guns to work with. Boost up for Almanac now. Does he swing and jump? Does he go over it? That's pretty clever. Yeah, just completely gets it behind Lackey without him having any idea how.
Well, Nico doesn't need to leave this position. He can chill.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're looking for exits, but he doesn't have to.
Ooh, Elian is going to run. Almanac, does he want to hunt? Nico's still not vacating the position. He does have a teammate with him now, and actually one of the defenders looking for those exits has ran away as well. It'd be great to get these weapons out of their hand, although... Yeah, that scout tag, I think Almanac... Oh, he's going to go for it anyways. And he gets pinned to the wall.
I don't think he gets there. Yeah, no chance. That Galil was not close enough. So G2 take back the lead by 1. And it is G2's pick. I do like this graphic that gives us that indication. So you should, as a G2 fan, hope that they win this.
It's a beautiful graphic. Well done, graphic maker. 1 round lead for G2, as you said. And still just a few weapons that can be dangerous, but nothing crazy. G2 handled it well in the previous round. They still have 1 MAC-10 on the board. Almanac lost his.
Krad's gonna rush this one down, and Nico back behind the pillar. He knows he's there. He heard him. Good shot. No mistake. Krad's gone. Hunter, what are you? I like it. I like it. The wonderful thing about Tiggers is Tiggers are wonderful things. They bounce and bounce and bounce and bounce and bounce, and that's a Winnie the Pooh reference, because I don't know if boomers even, or whatever Zoomers even know what that is. But he was zooming with those movements, unfortunately. The man who zoomed toward him, having heard that, went down, and Hunter's going to take Forrester as well, and now it is a 5-on-2. Nico will make it one less. And you can keep the change, Nickelback. You filthy animal.
You filthy animal. Knife.
He's going to do it.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. Shh. Nico's going to bait him into it. All right, Nico, just ruin the fun for everyone, why don't you? Jesus.
Is Hunter Strike here the kind of guy who's going to knife somebody in a major match?
Yes.
Okay. Not me. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have a feel to him in my mind. Here we go. Gun rounds coming in next. Timeout called by Entropiq. Before they get to begin mounting their defense, they will obviously buy up into this. All gone Lackey. And you imagine Elian with 6K would pick up the AWP as well. And G2 is going to play this game with some more subdued weapons. So, I mean, look, if they have a good round, you've got 3 Galils and a MAC-10. There's a lot of opportunities for upgrades. That could just balloon your economy if you keep multiple players alive and swap those out, obviously. But it also puts you at a disadvantage in certain fights, in certain situations. We'll see how they manage it.
Alien, AWP, smoked down topside. Cat, he's going to be smoked himself, and instead he'll throw out a bit of fire, a bit of flame toward the topside the boxes. And now, meanwhile, though, they're running it over toward B very quickly as Hunter takes down Forrester. No mistake on the shot. And they'll drop in behind the truck as well. Lackey. They're going to go. Nickelback's already there. First shot, no mistake on it, follows it, Lackey's there. That's what we were watching, waiting for the AUG. May have lost his teammate, but still does a good job at keeping this on a 3-on-3, and a close 3-on-3. Ilian tries to walk in with the AWP. That shot lands. We've got a very different scenario, but meanwhile, Nico lurking back over on A finds the kill, and that's going to pull Lackey back that direction, so Bomb will rush to B, and Nico punishes from a long way. Way downtown and takes off Lackey's head.
That was a great lurk from Nico, and I mean, just out of convenience, they didn't even need it. The other players at the B bomb site handled business very, very well. And that's big round for G2 to win. And they do get an upgrade. Amanek on the AWP. Nexa's going to have the M4, and man, they get great amounts of money for that. Good shooting from Nico. Ooh, peace. Didn't even need the second shot. So Entropiq, both halves have started out slow for them, obviously losing both pistols, but G2 converting the first gun rounds as well. So on the verge of going up 5-0 to open up each halves. 10 rounds right at the start of these halves. It's a brutal, brutal hole to be dug into if you're Entropiq.
Ooh, I thought that hit. I thought Alien had that. That was so close.
Thought it was a haircut.
Speaking of, I'm getting one of those today, Jason.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd offer you to join, but well,
but you know.
Kind of redundant. Waste of money for you.
It's all good.
Lackey, nicely done. Back through the smoke as they were losing ground toward the A site. He does get traded out by Amanek, but the fact that he doubled up on that before going down means we are left equal. With the bomb at the top of Connector as well as Forrester. Ooh, caught off. Nico came back out from A cave. They had no idea. Now Amanek gets confused and overwhelmed because the shot from the scout fortunately doesn't land onto him, but nearly did, nearly cost him. As Ilian goes to the deagle, Forrester tries to do the same in reverse to him. Knows Nico's still up there, trying to stare him down. Bomb's going to bail to B because of the call that Nico's made, and Nico repeaks with no mistake. Good success, and now another round for G2.
Yeah, Nico just alphas him there. He's like, yeah, you tagged me. I'll still take the wide swing. Still take your head clean off. Nicely done from G2. You got to be happy about that if you're a G2 fan. These guys haven't had any of the issues dealing with the low buys, the half buys, the deagle and scout buys from Entropiq on this map so far. They've done a great job converting when they have that economic advantage, which has always at times led to some of their more disappointing results. Here they're sitting up with a 4-round lead. Again, the op at Elian's hands. Again, a full buy for Entropiq, so we'll test it one more time. Fast pace towards mid. There is a player that's dropped down. That's Lackey, and Jax already knows one is stuck in connector. Elian is just dealing out death. 2 kills. They can't handle him. They can't deal with him. And Hunter's out of ammunition. Elian's going to get away.
Just barely. What an exchange. A brawl, a bloodbath. Hunter left on 8. Nickelback to hold the top side of the mid-connector. They've got the advantage on the Entropiq side. It would be their first round of this half, having lost 5 now in succession. And Nickelback does not know, but Hunter is inside of that smoke, and he's extremely weak.
I like this play from Crad. He's saying, you guys have gotten 2 kills in mid. We know there's at least 2 more there. You've really, really thinned out whatever default G2 might be running. I'm going to investigate. Now, he hasn't cleared out Palace. Someone still could be there, so it is risky. And obviously against the op, this could be a tough fight for him, but Omenek sees nothing. The timing on that is perfection for Entropiq.
One of the 2 best players in the world, double back-to-back #1, in fact. ZywOo might be facing elimination quicker than he thought in this event. It's 12-12 on the B stream, just to keep you posted. EG showed up today, apparently.
Tell you what, there's a certain someone in the green room who's tearing his hair out right now watching that result. Maniac. What's up, brother?
He's got to be careful. His hair's starting to thin out a bit, too. It might not be good for him.
I think he looks great.
He does look great. All right, I'm just being... Look, one day I'm going to end up bald, and all of these jokes are going to come back and get me. So I'm aware of what I am doing right now. This is the bet I am making for myself. Ilian takes down Hunter. Maybe I'll just pull a Gordon Ramsay and just get in insertions, you know? Crad gets Omenek. We do get the first round for Entropiq. It was sloppy. It was scrappy. And yes, you just clued into what I said.
Why are you calling out the king like that?
I don't even think that guy actually cooks.
Gordon Ramsay is
just
the
a
man.
TV actor.
Does a great job. That's nice stuff. They're going to need a lot of this from Elian throughout this half to make this comeback, and also if they want to close out the map. Now recall, I did kind of mention that G2 started both of these halves with a 5-0 start off the back of the pistol rounds. In the first half, after that 5-0 run, it was atrocious from G2. It was an 8-2 run to close out that first half, so they have to be careful they don't let that slip away here on the T side as well. Forrester's going to get a close position to the right, but Hunter is taking a lot of attention and a lot of pressure. Although the B defenders haven't rotated at all. That's right through the smoke, and Omenek might try and take advantage of the reload, and he does. Forrester finds him. And all of a sudden, it's a man advantage for Entropiq.
Yep, Nex is going to back off. Second round in a row that they've managed to find an advantage. A mantage.
I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to let it out there, let it hang in the open.
I couldn't resist. It just was dangling, and the carrot just looked so good. Nico will work his way back around toward middle with the AWP bomb is there as well. Keep that in mind. Next to the one to hold on to it and tries to cover his teammate who wants to get into a more formidable position, flashing over. Doesn't quite go far enough to catch out Ilian, but it gives Nico the confidence to try and peek because it would have forced him off the angle had he been there. Do the same again. That lets Hunter go this time. Sandwich is an interesting position at this point as well. I mean, if they go up and over the E-box, maybe they find it, but do they even check that position? Do they even look there as they want to clear CT spawn most naturally? Hunter's going to try and take the back benches instead. Back to his wall, wall to the back. Aware that there has to be someone forward to the side. It's not in fire. It's going to be the shot, and Nexa turns it. Crad goes down. One and done spot. That was inevitable, but Forrester from far will take down Hunter. Lackey knows now that they're planting safe, and he's doing so much damage to Nexa through the box. Who goes back out, though, and he's not done. 2 as he finds a chance to bring this to a one-on-one, and as he swings, he elongates things. He makes the angle more open, but Forrester finds it instead.
I wonder if Forrester saw his elbow creeping towards Closet, or Cubby, as he was swinging out a little bit wider. I wonder if Forrester had the information. Regardless, that's a nice attempt from G2. Up connector, a beautiful elimination of Elian with a double flash as well to blind him off the angles. And almost G2 is able to turn that in their favor. 12-10, it's a costly round for the defense. They're going to have to reinvest everything they've got. And a timeout called by G2. With that plant, with a little bit of bonus money built up, they've got another buy, but they're going to start running low after this. 2 rounds straight now for Entropiq.
So now we'll see what the response is going to be as the money the factor. It was in the first half as well. Remember, they went up 5-0. They got broken down. Despite a number of saves, they just could not keep money in the bank.
That was the kind of shot that made me believe. I'm not going to lie. When he hit that, I was like, ooh. AK's working nice. Op in the hands of Amanek. In the hands of both Krad and Elian for the CT side. Mid presence for the defense. As Nickelback drops down behind the smoke with an op up in window room for a short moment as well.
Forrester takes out Jax.
I feel like I've seen an absurd amount of kills through smokes from that upper B position in this game.
Waiting, and patience pays off. Alien gives his angle up.
Jeez, look how deep he is when he dies through that smoke. Shout out to Forrester. Jax, unfortunately, is probably pissed.
Yeah, no doubt. It'd be extremely frustrating. Meanwhile, though, they're going to rotate back over toward B with the defense, but that's not where this is going. This is going to be a solo hold on A. It's all down to Krad on this AWP. Although they are pushing Cat, so they can see through. They can actually see Connector, and there's not any smokes in position yet. There is 2 smokes in play. Nexa, Hunter, actually, excuse me, there's 3. Amanek has 1 as well, but they want to go dry. They don't want to give away too much too early. They don't want the rotations to come back, but they have. They have cleared B. They've taken advantage of that time to work their way back through middle as Krad couldn't find the shot, but he himself has not been removed from the position. Amanek will get Lackey, and he'll flash his teammates over top of the E-box stairs. Krad deep inside CT, missing another shot means they'll push forward. Forrester at least gets 1. It's not done yet. He's smoked off. But Amanek's got shots. Instead, he turns around and finds the flank, and I think that should be the round done in itself, as it's all down to Forrester, and he'll try and work back through the window, but nope, he's gone. He's calling it. He's out. That
was such a cool take from G2. The protocols there were so excellent. Amanek with the AWP on ramp. He's holding the lower peak along the wall, and you have Nico up in Palace making sure nobody can cruise up the stairwell, or the staircase, excuse me, and take a peek from above. That allows the 2 riflers to just kind of march in along with safety and find some entries and find some fights. Nico does go down at the end of Forrester. But G2 will take that win all day long. 13-10. It's a 3-round lead and just 3 rounds away from taking map 1 in the series.
Map 1 in the series, and I know what you're looking for, Jason.
I hear just a faint DDK and Bardolph through the walls. Wow. 14-13 in the favor of EG. That's on the B stream. PGL_CSGO.
Hunter with a quick rush toward the B apartments. They're going to try and get there before this AWP, but that's why people are boosting these days, and boosting his stats is Ilian, who finds the quick pick. And down goes Hunter, who became the hunted, Jason.
You don't like that?
Ideally not.
Oh my lord.
Nico, man.
Don't give him an extra life.
Yeah, really. He knows he probably should have been dead there. He's lucky to be alive, so he'll take it.
That's 2 missed shots from Krad towards this top A ramp position as the secondary opper. Previously, he missed the wide swing coming out ramp as well.
Crappy Krad.
That's another thing you don't like to see. But, I mean, with that presence of the op and everyone from G2 forced away, Krad has taken the moment to push towards the top of ramp and peer down. He feels no pressure, sees and hears nothing. So now you are getting, again, another cheat towards the B bomb site. And this time it's not to push and clear out mid and be able to set up for the retake. This time it's actually to stand and defend. If Nexa can provide anything for G2, that would be great. If he can find Lackey.
Oh. Alien again with his second, finds Jax in the window. It was a slow contact play and therefore a pretty straight shot, but 20 seconds. They're actually going to back off on this. I think they're just going to call a T-sided save. Well, you gotta save the guns first in order to do that, though, boys. If the point is to save it, save it!
Yeah.
You ain't getting that Nickelback Nexa. That gun's gone, and it's an upgrade for him as well. That's not only money on an MP9, but a rifle, an AK at that, carried over to the CT side. So, good win from Entropiq.
Especially with all 5 players surviving. Another upgrade we saw right there at the end. Forrester's got that one. So good on Entropiq.
Somehow Lackey didn't get invited to the gun party, though. He's still got the MP9.
No. He didn't get anything. Nothing close for him to grab. Getting close down the stretch. Round 25 is live, 13-11 in the favor of G2. Double op setup hasn't been bad at all for Entropiq. I don't think it's been necessarily super effective, but just netted them around. Elian's got his op on catwalk, peering towards top mid. Ooh, the drop down. There's the AK-47 he grabbed in the previous, and he makes it sing.
Chad Kruger's a hell of a singer.
It's not against too much, right? Like, they haven't invested a whole lot. Nico did have weapon.
Married Avril Lavigne. You do the CS, I'll do the annoying, useless facts. Nickelback down below this time. Is that the singer
of Nickelback?
Yes, Chad Kruger. He married Avril Lavigne.
I'm amazed you know that.
I'm Canadian, and they're both Canadian. Even if I didn't want to know it, I have to.
It makes sense now.
Yeah. Yeah. Fun fact, Avril Lavigne and Justin Bieber both had Lyme disease. Well, Elian takes down Jax. They're making this close now. They've got things rolling in their favor. Another huge round to take away as Almanac just trying to fight for his own life at this point in time. We'll get 1 kill back, but next in middle, up on the new bench, the elevation. Elian down below and even says, you want to use pistols, huh? You want to use pistols? Well, I can do that too, son.
Yeah, I should have just given it to Hunter with the Glock, you know. Just give him a break.
Well, speaking of giving things away, Vitality just gave away the first map to EG.
They sure did.
That's a heck of a comeback as well. I think at one point that was 10-2, was it not? I think we said that's
if they complete that series, that's a hell of a pick'ems ruiner.
Yeah, it is actually for everyone, which makes me so happy.
Bring me all your misery.
It also means I'm 0-5 now on predictions today. Jesus, what is going on?
It's not over. It's a best of 3. You're still good for the moment.
Oh, yes. Okay, true.
Have faith in Zywoo.
You gotta have faith.
Another Limp Bizkit song, of course.
Oh my God, it is. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
What is wrong with
the cover? I don't know. You've gone down the rabbit hole. The deep, dark, terrible 90s music.
I am
early
Alice
2000s music.
Yeah, there's some bad stuff.
Timeout is called by G2. It's their final timeout.
Did you see that look of disdain down the line from Almanac there? Whew.
I did not.
Just waiting for a solution to hear someone out that maybe he's already dismissed. Yeah, Alien's like, yeah, bro, look, I can do that too. All right, he can, because he took down Almanac with it as well. So 1-round game now, and the momentum has certainly shifted, as it's been 4 of the last 5 in favor of Entropiq.
Much like the first half. Good start from G2 early on and a couple sporadic rounds of fight, but for the most part, Entropiq, once they've been able to stop G2's rolls to open up these halves, they've been able to control things. Almost tying things up. Round 26, Forrester takes a good amount of damage. Actually, not as much as I thought. Just 26. Molotov is going to finally force him all the way back. And with mid-presence on this defense, they know that it hasn't been taken from G2. They know that they don't have to worry about connector quite yet. So for the moment, actually, Entropiq is pretty comfortable. They have a pretty good read of the map, and G2 haven't really made their first move. And, you know, at some point, G2 they've got 3 smokes, 3 flashbangs as well. That utility is going to dwindle pretty quick. So some of these plays, they're going to have to be very efficient with what they do next.
So a push toward the cave of A. The Prince and the Poppers trying to take over the A site, and I say that because Nico's the Prince in Palace at this point in time. But next is down to Crad. He did get one that time, but Nico's Deagle rings out once more. And the AWP has fallen. They're trying to distill Nickelback from below. He manages, though, to swing out, take Jax at Tetris, and the bomb goes down. And Unfortunately, Nico's got problems because they've rotated a second op into the picture, and Nickelback has an AK-47 to his claim. That's a brilliant position to be in for him, and now with a little bit of spray and sass, he confirms the round for them, and Nico's just trying to get back and get out. It's going to be 13-13, and Entropiq, man, this is, yeah, they are the dark horse in this event.
Tough part, Nico didn't die there. He's going to be stuck with just the $400 that he had previously. He's got armor and deagle, but man, that's some valuable bonus money you would have liked to have had. That was a 2-round losing bonus. That was $2,400 he would have been able to get. Previously, he had bought down to 50, which is why he was on a deagle armor in the first place. So this is going to be a number of rounds, unless they pass him a weapon in the next buy round. That's a number of rounds your heavy-hitting star player is going to be without really a great weapon to fight with.
You love to see that grenade.
That's beefy.
Yeah, a little bit of mustard on that one. As Nico's on 2. Jax is on 1. And Jax is dead. He's burned by Lackey. Nickelback nades Hunter. Utility damage doing pretty good this round, boys. Getting all them damaged. As Ilium will hold out toward middle and make sure that no one goes down. Nico wants to try and gather up the bomb to hopefully get a plant on it. But they haven't even tickled anyone. Another nade kill. What is this?
It's unarmored Glocks is what it is.
All right, look, I know what it is, Jason. Just the timing of it, okay?
Actually, the utility damage, all things considered, for Entropiq is not all that great. I think they did more this round than they've had.
Continue to ruin my point, Jason. God.
No, I'm making your point for you. It's a great round for utility damage. It's just the rest of the game hasn't exactly been very pretty. Amanek gonna try and sneak through, but now they've got all their bases covered. Entropiq is about to take the lead.
Yeah, they are, and I can't say I'm surprised, obviously, specifically this round against the Glocks, but just the way things have been going in the last several rounds. Nothing really sustainable from the G2 side. They haven't really found picks that they've been able to translate into advantages, and it's starting to really accumulate for them in the worst possible way. And now it's 2 rounds to go for the CIS team, for Entropiq, to take another win for that region, and they have been impressive. This one's going to be B-bias with Bomb. 4 players, in fact, heading in that direction. The only one that's not is Hunter, who will hold the top side of middle just to make sure there's not early aggression. And they'll look for contact. They'll look for contact and no rotation. There's only 2 here. If they can actually sort this, it's a long rotation because they went for a stack and A. He thought he killed him and looked away, but Amanek does recover, but not in time because it meant Jax went down to him. In fact, I dare say he was almost better to continue on to bench rather than look backwards because he had him pinned. He had it ready to go, but he just didn't want his teammates to go down, and it's a 3-on-3. As I said, the long rotations, so Bomb gets planted, and even though they're in checkers, they're not inside of the site yet. The
question is, if you're Entropiq, do you want to go for this with Elian being that far away? He is coming to meet up, so yeah, they are actually going to attempt this retake. They've got 2 kits. They've got plenty of utility as well. This will be tough to hold off, and G2 desperately need this round.
Nickelback is ready to go. He slides in first. Nico's going to spot it, but again, he just can't catch the taps today, but it's fine. He's got the information for Nexa and Hunter, and Nexa to take out Crab this time as he gets the shot on top of the quad. And Ilya knows this one's too far gone, so what can he do economically? Well, miss a shot. That's a wasted bullet. That's expensive. He is dead. 4 HP. He's not going anywhere. Nexa confirms that. We're tied up again, 14-14.
What a massive round for G2, and this time just simplifying things. As you said, head towards the B-bomb site as a group. I think the big thing is Amanek, yeah, he looked a little bit awkward trying to, with his fight selection, not able to really commit himself to either one of the players that he spotted, Forrester at Van or Lackey over at the bench. But because he was equipped with the MAC-10, he had no problem beating the Molotov thrown out. He jumped in front of it real quick. Good on him, and a timeout is called by Entropiq. It's their 3rd. G2's out of timeouts.
So that means it's all in from here for them in terms of strategy. All in terms of money as well in this round. There are 3 ops in the round. 2 of them on the CT side. You probably could have deduced that if you had any reasoning for Mirage in your mind at all. Maki has 19 kills. He's one of the ones holding the op, and Amanek on 21. Is looking more and more impressive and threatening in this game as he's tied up and caught up to Nico. in that regard. A lot of damage done to Nexa and Jax as they run through Molotovs. But they want into the site. They want it fast. They've got Krad down. It's not Nickelback in that position this time, but he is still going to make himself known as he pops out. Good hold from Hunter in middle. That catches out the rotation, and the pop flash still got thrown, but they couldn't do anything with it inside of the site. And Hunter, whoa, he's elusive. He's gotten away from Nickelback, who thinks that he's actually therefore faded into the connector, and suddenly he's isolated himself outside of that smoke.
Yeah, well, I think that's good on Nickelback. I think he was just desperately trying to find safety. The problem really is for G2, they don't have, that's the final smoke. That's the last piece of utility. They need to get the bomb planted during this. Pop flash peek from Nickelback. This is a lot of pressure being applied by Entropiq, and G2 don't feel comfortable moving forward. The HP on Nico and Jax is a worrying sign, and actually this round is going to be kept in play.
Yeah, that's a good catch, because it looked like they'd done enough. The perimeter of the site was established, but they couldn't cross over, and they still had eyes on Catwalk as well. With all those smokes down, if they're keeping track as well on the CT side, they're going to know that they're out of those. They're going to know that they don't have any more options left as we get one more trade on the board, but it's going to be a bomb that rotates back through T-spawn, and that's made possible by Omanuk and a deadly shot on Lackey.
He was legged as well. That had to be a first bullet headshot. I thought Lackey would have him dead to rights, and G2 have spun all the way around the map. Almanek has provided the opening needed. And oh man, Forrester, you're going to go for this. I think you need to pick up a kit on the way, but he's going in the wrong direction. He's going to have absolutely nothing else to work with than what he has on him at this moment. M4, no utility, no kit.
So Forrester with a very tough task to try and prevent this from being an overtime points against them rather than in their favor. Ooh, he's made noise, didn't get through the window as he jumped, and was it heard? They're quite far away. Don't think it was yet, but he doesn't have time to wait. He will put on the boots and stampede toward the site, and that is a cue for the Hunter to take down the Elephant. That's illegal poaching, but this time we'll allow it because it's 15 rounds for G2.
Yo, that trade Hunter gets on Nico when Nico goes down is so important from A ramp. Again, that's a couple times they've hit on the A bomb site. A very, very good protocol, and everyone from G2 following it to the T to be able to trade off that kill. Someone on the ramp looking towards along that wall. This right here. Nico goes down with no HP, and that's a beautiful trade. That shot is a stunner. Omanek is having a very good game. 22 kills for him. It's 21 on Nico. Omanek's leading the way. And poor Entropiq, they've had such a great half. They had so much money at one point, and look at it now, fighting with scraps. Deagle and 2 SMGs.
The one thing about this game as well, and it's almost symmetrical in that it was sort of a 5-round spread, then 2, then 1, and then a massive spread after that, where in which the economy was the biggest issue, but it's G2 that manages to break that trend and just get it back into their control in time. A lot of rounds being converted on the back means that it gets broken very quickly. How does Nickelback get away from that? Hunter's going to try and do exactly that and take him down as he pursues his prey, and
oh no,
Nico's got Krad. I think we might have the first map decided. G2, it is their map choice. So still a good showing from Entropiq, as Nico will confirm it's all but done as Ilian goes down and Forrester. Yeah, I think you better try and find a tree to hug inside that forest, Jason.
Yeah, might as well. What a tough map for G2, and what a brutal way for it to end. You fought so hard if you're Entropiq, and just right at the closing rounds, the closing moments, you run out of money. You run out of funds to actually fight back. Make that final round very, very easy for G2, where everything else had been so difficult along the way. But again, shout out to Omanek. Ends with a great scoreline. He's right up there with Nico. He plays very, very well.
I just noticed that you have the client up, and when the game ended, it gives one of the players the most valuable MVP.
That went to Nexa.
Yeah, but it's the most valuable player.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of, yeah, that's all right. Nonetheless, the most valuable host, it's Richard Lewis. We're going to throw it right now.
Well, G2 managed to get their map pick, but that doesn't tell the full story, not even in the slightest. Guys on the desk, we're going to quickly break that map down. G2 did come out firing on all cylinders. Very good early start, Blair. Yeah. But then obviously Entropiq, as I said, they're a legitimate contender here. You know, they're not going to go easily. So they battled back, and it was, you know, G2 know they've been in a game here.
Yeah, G2, there was definitely some squeaky bum time there. They must have been feeling really, really worried at one point. But initially, like, you saw Nico get that ace against a buy round as well. You're like, yeah, when Nico starts waking up that early in a game, especially on the map of Mirage, that's G2 potentially just running away with that particular match. So kudos to Entropiq, and got to understand this, right? When it comes to a best-of-3 series, you're the massive underdogs coming into this particular tournament. And usually on your opponent's map pick, and when your opponent is a favorite like G2, you're probably going to be, it's kind of assumed that you're going to be losing 16-8, 16-9, something of that nature. But the fact that they're so competitive, they have great mid-round calling, great, you know, mid-game calling as well, able to just flip the script and turn things around while all these stars in the form of, you know, Lackey. Alien had a quieter game, I won't lie, but everyone else delivered, and this could have easily gone the way of Entropiq. That is so impressive.
I mean, this was an extremely competitive game, right? And
Yeah.
we always rag and talk about the points. You know, you need to have the gun round, you need to have the pistol rounds, you need to convert. That is a prime example that we had right here. We have G2 5-0 consecutively on their T side and on their CT side,
True.
winning pistols and converting. And if you look at the scoreline towards the very end, it is the difference maker. When it comes to gun round, when it comes to full utility, full resources, Entropiq gave them a run for their money. They made life hard and horrible for G2. They fought back really hard, and that was quite a high-level game.
Yeah, look, we've got a little bit of time here to kind of talk about the map. So, Maniac, I'll stay with you for this. Obviously, there were a couple of rounds that really did come down to sort of individual performances.
Absolutely.
A couple of turning points. So, let's talk about them.
I mean, we had a couple of examples right there in the highlight. I think the first half was all about the battle of the middle. And I know this is a recurring theme when it comes to Mirage, but this game was definitely a prime example. You had G2 and Entropiq going at each other with different ways. On one hand, G2 tried to do the pop flash combination with Hunter coming in from Catwalk, Nico coming in from Link. That didn't work out too great, so what they did is they went slightly more aggressive. You would see Amanek jumping down underground with the AWP. He made the difference a couple of times. Nico played relatively more passively behind smokes, and finally it worked because Entropiq were punishing them every single time. Entropiq were taking the control and like a poison just stayed in here waiting for kills, waiting to spread their wings and win the round. And they had the modus operandi. It was working for Entropiq.
Yeah, I mean, Blair, as well, I know you caught some of the key little action points, but just overall, what I want to ask you about is the kind of mindset now, because it's a 16-14, it's a close map, right? And Entropiq could have taken G2's map pick away from them, but failed to do so. So are they feeling good going into this too? Are they feeling bad? I mean, you know, it's like they weren't supposed to win this, but they came so close.
They came so close, right? And I think that's what's going to be different. That's the difference between, you know, a team with a winner's mentality or a team who's just here, who's just trying to, you know, enjoy the ride for as long as they can. And I feel Entropiq are a team when, you know, when they were able to make these adaptations on the map of Mirage. Sure, they would have been fancying the chances of closing out the map 16-13 or something of that nature. Unfortunately, the final 3 rounds, G2 kind of ran away with it. Nico are really popping off there on the T side, obviously. But if I'm Entropiq right now, I'm feeling excited. You're like, guys, it's not even our good map. It's G2's pick, and we almost took it away from them. And now they're going to be coming to Dust 2. That's our playground. Bear in mind, G2 have only played Dust 2, I think, like 4 times or something in the it's not in the recent past. It's been quite a while since they played this map. And even when they played it, it's been against the likes of Complexity, VP, Big, and ENCE, where they have had some comparatively close losses. On the other hand, for the side of Entropiq, Dust 2 is a map where they dominate. They just battered Astralis as well on it very recently in this tournament itself, 16-6. And here's a really cool thing. Even the losses they have suffered against certain teams have been super close ones, 16-14, 16-13, something of that sort. So yeah, if I'm Entropiq, I'm feeling this. I'm feeling that we're going to be seeing map number 3 coming up.
All right, well, I'll get you in here as well, Maniac. Who really stood out for you on that G2? You know, we got the scoreboard kicking in. Obviously, that doesn't tell the full story, but, you know, there's been like sort of a recurring, you know, narrative about how G2, it's like they've got a good team. It's just that they're not quite good enough. These guys aren't quite elite level to take them to that next level. Did anyone like jump off the server for you beside the usual names?
Well, I'll put a spin on this, and I'll say because not really one player stood out, that is the difference maker for G2. Because this time around, you have 4 players above 20 kills. And that usually is where it hurts for G2, where you have maps where Amanek, Jax, and Nex are kind of going missing AWOL, not, you know, doing the job they were supposed to. I think Amanek had a couple of key kills in high-pressure clutch situations towards the very end when he was rotating towards middle is a good example. I think Hunter had moments of brilliance when he was playing towards Catwalk. So all these players did what they had to do, and as a result, it isn't the Nico show. It isn't the Kovacs show with Hunter as well. It was a team effort, much deeper than we're used to, and also one of the reasons why G2 were able to pull through.
Yeah, I have to echo Maniac's thought there, right? It's not just Nico putting up an Herculean effort, but which winds up with them losing the map. Nico, he kind of tapered off after the initial hot start he had.
He was
right?
good, right?
He was still very solid, but then, like you pointed out, Amanek, Nexa, Hunter, 22, 20 kills, and 20 as well for the side of Hunter. That kill spread is tasty, and for Jax, he doesn't really have to do too much. Sure, it was a close game, but I don't want to take this away from Entropiq. I think they put up a fantastic fight. They were able to capitalize on a lot of these gun rounds, and the rounds they were winning, mind you, quite a few of them were very lopsided. They had like 4 or 5 players staying alive against a full buy. Taking nothing away from Entropiq, but the fact that it wasn't Nico having to just drag a kicking and screaming G2 across the finish line is a good sign.
And I'm sure he appreciates that. Just a final thought before we go to break. We've talked a lot about Na'Vi and Simple. Has to win a major. He has to win a major for his legacy. Obviously, Device, goated, but he's with a new team, right? He's, people are saying, can he do it and prove it wasn't just Astralis that made him good? We got Ziwu on the secondary stream right now. Might be about to be eliminated
down on the side
by
for a bit.
Stanislaw. No one wants to live in that universe. But how much does Nico need to have a deep run here, maybe even pick up a major to sort of get him back in contention, to talk about what he is, which is one of the best players in the world?
Yeah, I feel like this major is exactly that for Nico. This major is the opportunity to once again remind everyone that he belongs in that list. He belongs in the list of the Simples, the Device. The Zywo a bit more short-term listed, but still, he is one of the most extraordinary player we have in Counter-Strike. And there's a lot of people out there who think that his individual talent is not matched by his palmarès, by his success as a team. He never had the major. Obviously, he's on that list. He was part of the top 5 of HLTV on multiple occasions. So for him, with G2 finding success, it is finally a stamp of legitimacy as to where he belongs as a player.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be setting up Entropiq's pick of Dust 2. Make sure you join us. Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We're partway through the best of 3 between G2 Esports and Entropiq. One of these teams is not like the other, but one of these teams will certainly be booking their place to the Avicii Arena. We're about to go on to Dust 2, and my microphone has just popped out the back of me. So, Maniac, that's a very good opportunity for you to take it and run with this one.
Absolutely. Look, I want to talk about Entropiq, and I want to talk about how in this tournament already, they have lost the first map with a best of 3, but they bounced back. Against Heroic, same scenario, same caveat. They get wrecked on the first map 16-10, and then bounce back and play a good Counter-Strike. The analysis that we made at the desk, all these points we brought out, that, actually, when it comes to the full gun rounds, they were playing a good game of Counter-Strike. If you Entropiq, it is the moment where you have to remind yourself that is the case. You did not play a bad first map. Sure, you can have frustration because 16 is for the opponents, but not for you. But it's the role of the coach and the team to come together and realize that, guys, there is no panic. We challenged them on their map pool. We played a good Counter-Strike, a couple of pistols here and there, and we're good. So just stay the course if you're Entropiq, because you're playing a good Counter-Strike, and you can definitely pull it back.
Well, Blair, I'll come to you here as well. Obviously, statistically, we were a little bit perplexed by this pick, but actually, when you crunched the numbers earlier, turns out, actually, Dust2, yeah, very much in their wheelhouse and might catch G2 cold.
Oh, absolutely. G2 haven't really played this map a lot, as I mentioned earlier before the break. The last time we saw them was against ENCE. That was the game where ENCE managed to take it, and I think like triple overtime,
double overtime.
Something crazy,
Long
right? But the fact that, look, G2 can play the map. It's not like they don't play it, but when you haven't played it in quite a while, against a lot of high-tier opposition, against a team who seem to be very, very comfortable, especially on the map picks, questions can potentially be raised by the G2 side. And I'm going to give this one to you, Maniac. The two players who come to mind for me has been the star for the side of Entropiq, that is going to be Alien with that AWP of his on Dust2 at Opus Paradise against Amanek, who has been a bit of... He's been great overall as a player in the tournament, but as an AWPer, I don't think he's going to be able to go up against this this young lad.
Look, the problem with Amanek, and something I very quickly realized, is that his performance is extremely map dependent. He's got a couple of maps where you will see him actually do his job. Probably even slightly go ahead. You know, Mirage is a good map. Nuke is a map as well where his positioning is great. On other maps, a la Inferno, a la Dust2, it's a bit more complicated. And this is where we go back to this eternal discussion. Can this roster work together? Can they be a top team? That is a little bit the proof of concept. When Amanek is failing, everyone's saying, ha, told you, this is not, the structure is not sound, it's going to fall apart. When Amanek is having a good map like on Mirage, suddenly you have a team that makes sense. So it's the coin that you have to flip.
And I also want to just add on one more thing, is what I would like to see Entropiq do quite a bit. I just remembered what ENCE did to G2 on G2's T side was constant, consistent aggression on the extremities of the map, pushing
so Dust2 as well.
So if Entropiq are able to replicate that and make G2 feel very uncomfortable on that T side of theirs, I could potentially see Entropiq, go off to a roaring start. Obviously, G2 have the choice of side, considering the map coming from Entropiq. I'm assuming G2 is going to be starting on the T side here, obviously because it is Dust2. But like I said, if Entropiq can make things exciting, just off the gates, just trying to be unpredictable and pushing and prodding and making G2 feel very uncomfortable, I think we're in for a hell of a game.
Well, I hope so. I mean, Dust2 in general delivers. I know it's not particularly popular with people out there in the world of Counter-Strike.
Changed a bit.
Listen, Richard, I remember trying to get my visa to fly down here. I saw the visa officer, and he's like, "Oh, where are you here from?" I'm like, "Counter-Strike tournament. What's your favorite map?" This guy's a 40-year-old dude. He's way older than I am. I'm like, do I say Cobblestone or Overpass? Is that too new for this gentleman? I just said when Dust2, and I got my visa. So yeah, yay Dust2.
Gotta be honest, didn't know where you were going with that one. Started with the visa process application, and then up on Dust2.
Yeah,
Do you think you had the right choice? That was the right map to tell?
He seemed to like it.
If you had to judge someone by character, if he says Dust2 is the favorite map, what would you say? Like, it's a good person on a date, like a flash date or something?
You judge a person based on what map he likes. Dr. Maniac right here.
I'll pass on that one. I'm not going to judge people on maps.
Look, back to the matter at hand. I mean, I want to talk a bit more about Amanek if we've got time before we have to get into the game. Obviously, Amanek is a player that, he's the ideal teammate, in my opinion. I
agree.
And yet he finds himself in this weird spot where everyone knows that, but he's also on the chopping block for G2 because of the expectations. This is a guy who went from being a support player. He picked up the AWP for the team when they didn't have a dedicated AWP, and Nico was going to do it. And then, it went to him, and he's been doing good with it, but maybe not great with it. So what have you thought of his performance here at the Major so far, including, obviously, those earlier games?
Yeah, I mean, looking back, I think Amanek is in a very peculiar position in general by the fact that he can do everything, but not really to an elite level. It always poses the question. It always asks, okay, it's great. I can definitely see you like a Swiss knife, a Swiss Army knife. You can do many things, but I want you to be a sniper. That's what you need.
Okay, well, we're about to find out how he does here, because we're going to get into the game. It's time for the action, so take it away, guys.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, indeed. We are live in a Dust2 map number 2 of this series. G2 and Entropiq. And I'm hearing a bunch of typing. I'm confused about what that means, but it looks like we're still live. We're all good.
Yeah, I think it is all good as we will see Crad.
Oh,
no,
we're not all good.
We're definitely not all good. I was going to say, if he just ran through mid doors like that, yeah, not a chance.
I heard all the typing, and I was like, this sounds like we're going to replay this pistol round, and then Homeboy kept going. Well, it gives us a little bit of time to breathe, you know, Matt?
I like breathing. Kind of keeps me alive.
Yeah, it's an important thing to make sure you do.
Yeah, don't forget to breathe. Sometimes it's very easy to do that. Especially when you have to look at me. I know I take your breath away.
Yeah, each and every time. Well, hopefully this is the real one. Strap in, boys and girls. Freeze time coming to an end. G2 taking a very close contest on Mirage, 16-14. Now heading into the second map, looking to close this out comfortably in 2-0 fashion and move on to the next stage, move on to the next round.
So, who would have thought these two teams would be battling for the 3-0 spot?
Yeah, right?
It's kind of incredible that one of them is going to get it. Nice little boost. I love that window boost at B. Give Hunter the aim and the angle, but it's over toward A that all the activity and action is happening. Smokes to go down to cover the cross, and an additional smoke deployed in the box to give Jax a bit more of an angle and a bit more time to live, to find kills. And that works out perfectly as he turns around as well to find one at Goose. Lackey's gone. It's his feathers plucked and another boost. Reverse elevator. Good headshot position, but you've got to hit the headshot. That's the harder part, apparently, as Hunter falls.
Oh, no.
And Forrester's in behind them, but Nico's been caught out because distracted to look at him. They're able to push this back. Suddenly the round turns. It's all on to Nexa. This looked so promising when it started out with Lackey getting kills. Or rather, excuse me,
Jax.
with Jax getting kills. But he's the only one that does.
Yeah, it all fell apart from there. And that happened so quick. G2 trying to get cheeky with a little bit of a boost, find one more kill before the retake begins. Nico got so lucky Forrester didn't just wreck him from the get-go. Still couldn't recover from it. So G2, in that 16-14, that very close victory on Mirage, they won both pistols. Dropping the first one here on Dust 2. That's got to be, had to have been a talking point as well for Entropiq between maps. Let's make sure we get a pistol on this map, boys.
Well, they've done it already. And this, of course, is their map choice. So hopefully, from their perspective, they can make short work of it.
No scout for G2 in the second round, just all pistols, and you're going to have 2 players on catwalk, 3 players coming up towards middle. They do have a flashbang if they want to try and execute some kind of a crunch. That's awkward. For the Deagles, that kind of a headshot angle. Oh, it still works out. Amanek almost able to get a double.
If he hadn't... Okay, this is smart. Nexa at least recovers, because unfortunately Nico had to reload. He couldn't get around the corner to get that kill, because he knew he tagged him. He knew it was the sniper as well, excuse me, the scout. But they do manage to get the kill in the end. They've upgraded to an AK, and they get the goal they wanted, to shut down middle with a 2-2 split and catch them out. Crad goes hunting to find Hunter outside of the double doors at B. And Smoke, he has the bomb, remember that, so he's still in a decent position here.
The only way he can win this is if he keeps taking those fights. He needs to be able to thin this out before a retake begins. Oh my sweet Jesus.
Yep. Gone. That is lovely from G2. So yeah, they won the pistol, Jason, but nope, nothing else.
Caught with a G2 bug there. Winning the pistol, losing the second. Great shooting from Jax. I mean, look, all things considered, when you look at the frags that he's had to start out this game, the 2 kills in the pistol round, and now that I think 2 kills with the second round as well. Some stunning headshots out of Jax with them pistols. So that reversed pretty quick. Jax, the aforementioned. Nico pushing up mid. He's going to find Elian, but he's been tagged. He's got his cousin with him here to help him out, make sure none of these pistols can clean him up. And yeah, Hunter's going to get aggressive. He turned from the flashbang, which caused him to go down. And actually, Nico, I don't know how he would possibly ever survive in this situation. Forrester's going to ignore the Molotov, and Nico is surrounded, utility being spent. Okay, now he's relatively safe. Now he's trusting Nexa to be able to protect him. All he's got to do is watch the dark hall, and Jax is going to back him up. Rest of G2's arrived.
Yeah, absolutely. They push up and make sure there's nowhere for Forrester to go. G2 2 rounds. That was some psychedelic camera switching.
Brings me back to my youth.
I don't want to know, Jason. Please don't keep it to yourself. We look in on each camp. Bit of chatter in the freeze time. See what they can come up with in this round. As it is just going to be a full Glock round. A single flash for Nickelback. Rather optimistic. Oh, here we go. Hunter's now he's really hunting. This is like Crocodile Dundee style hunting. He's got that there pump shotty, bah.
Excuse me?
Just go.
Ooh, hello.
All right, Nico. Just
Le one tap.
why can't they go B? Why can't we get a cool shotgun round? Okay, that's all I wanted. All right, Hunter,
You're gonna get
here
it.
we go. Forrester is gone. Woo! No armor. Shotgun straight to the body. He gone. There's a big hole in his chest now.
Yeah, massive one. Jax, ooh, I think he's even, predicting the Jiggle Peak, finds the second player. Nexa finds the last. 5 kills for G2, and you got to admire the psychological warfare these past 2 rounds of G2 just running up mid, being aggressive all across the map at every different location, telling Entropiq, we're going to be in your face this whole time. This is nice. Whip.
Oh, I love it. Love it. I think we're still in. I think actually hunting season probably just ended where I live, I was going to say. But here we go. 3-1. And I'm sure there will be a purchase at some point. No, they're going to... Come on. Has the HUD not updated, or are they actually not going? They're going to have to buy on this.
They're taking their time.
Well, Forrester's gone all in. So is Ilian, but Krad and Lackey elect to go for the utility purchases and take the Mac 10s instead. So that's interesting.
Well, you have the cash. If you go down to a Mac 10 and you have the cash for a rifle, this is a specific set piece, and they have B spawns, Matt. So I would expect a B rush out of this scenario.
A brush.
Straight out of matchmaking. Oh,
Crazy
Nexa.
team called Entropiq.
Good luck.
Doesn't rhyme, but it's a hot topic. Next up in the site is dead. Amanuk tried to shoot him in the head. Didn't quite do that with the AWP, but doesn't need to. He's got Lackey instead. They have the B site to their name. Bomb is crossed and being planted. It's going in behind the box. Krad, did he block that? No, it bounced up over him. So there's flames at his feet, but he is safe up above, but not from the guns, as Amanuk will get the shot instead. They'll continue to put flames down on the site itself, but a 3-on-3 as retake's getting more and more dire. They know Ilian's behind the boxes, but they can't get him out, and he's going to try and continue to bait shots, which means he has to get closer to the door, and that's where Nickelback does the work.
Damn, that was chaotic. Nexa couldn't even spot the first 2 opponents with those Mac 10s coming out through the smoke caused by a grenade. That's brutal. Yeah, good spawns at Entropiq. Just keep things simple. Stupid. Actually kind of surprised G2 kept up that pressure as if they were going to go for that retake once the bomb site was actually lost. But here we are, up in the hands of Amanuk. All the money spent on the G2 side of things. Some deep nades to let Entropiq and Elian feel the pressure like another mid-push might be there, as if there was a window of opportunity where they could be aggressed upon.
Nickelback and Krad to the underpass position. Haven't seen a lot of pushing through the mid doors yet today, but we did certainly see it the other day when Kerrigan was on the map. He's obviously trying to take advantage of a new change. They spotted it. Nico saw Krad and vice versa, so they know now that there is at least one player on Catwalk, and they go for the boost late, but don't see anyone, so they'll back off of it. Forrest, meanwhile, will go up Xbox, and a smoke down, a Molotov rather, excuse me, on the box means they can't stay there, but timing it well. Nico's behind the flames, and they don't see, oh, I thought Nico would have had the advantage there just based on the graphical aspect of that secondary Molotov. Forrester continues to just slide forward with people so close to spotting him, but not really in that position, as Nickelback will flash him over and try and peek it. Amanuk's baited into a shot from the A ramp as Catwalk is certainly where Entropiq have established the most amount of map control. Nico saw that, surely saw Krad cross back over, so still, as he started on Catwalk early, has rotated back through CT, is still in sort of a timing situation. Gets one on Cat, now the repeat has to come out. Krad was at top mid for that exact reason. Watch for Amanuk inside of the smoke to take down Forrest. He's able to fade, and they don't have another Molotov. They don't have any utility, in fact, to try and get him off the ramp, but his shots are what matter more, and luckily Jax is able to support Krad. They knew he was at the top of mid. He comes in late, and Jax, a hat trick, gets all 3 to close out the rounds, and G2 get away with another victory.
Yeah, Jax has started this half out pretty well. That's a nice job managing the defense there. Good shot from Amanuk on Catwalk. A nice push from Nico as well to get information. Actually, pretty critical kill. He just gets this last guy. Elian, big-time fragger, and without the support of the AWP, Amanuk and Jax can kind of peek up this railing with impunity. There's nothing to stop them whatsoever. And Crowd even missing some shots right at the end. G2, 2-round lead. Jax is 11-2, Matt, 6 rounds in.
Starting off like Nico did in the last map.
Yeah, living the dream.
Well, that dream nearly was a nightmare, so hopefully they can keep it together and keep it rolling on the G2 side. Vladislav Krechnikov. That sounds like some sort of political figure, doesn't it? Krad?
Yeah, maybe.
That's about the most Russian name I've heard.
Ooh, aggression. This is what this new Dust 2 has provided us. A lot of CT aggression that gets fun. Jax gets eliminated. That's out towards long. Elian picks off at the corner. Ooh, they need this trade. They need the trade big, and Nico's got it. 2 for 1 trade in lower B, including the player loss at long. Makes this an even body count for both sides. 2 smokes as well for Entropiq if they would like to go for the cross. Because G2 is holding passively from CT spawn, so smoke wall would mean Aminek cannot be involved in the action outside of some lucky blind shots.
Well, that's what he's going to go for naturally. You'd expect smoke goes down, covers it completely. They jump over. He hasn't shot yet. Now he will. As we spot from Nico's position, box on catwalk. Bit of smoke in those flames, naturally. Darkens up and dims his vision, but he backs off of it either way. Bomb gets planted as a result, and Nico's not done yet. Wants to go back in, but the nade will take him down. Nico was indecisive, and that was enough, but Lackey suddenly finds himself in a one-on-one jump shot. You know he's going to try and go for it. That gives him the information, but Lackey will back around as Aminek goes hunting. Tries to bait out, he's still on the op, but trades over to the M4. It masks potentially the switching of the gun, but Lackey doesn't matter, doesn't care. Finds the kill anyway, and Entropiq find round number 3.
Yeah, that's tough for Nico. I couldn't tell if he actually wanted to throw the nade and the Molotov, but either way, doesn't get either of them out. He even took a lot of damage into the flames. That's the thing. He stuck around in that Molotov to try and get a shot on the cross for some time. Burned him down to less than half and made him susceptible to the nade kill. Unfortunate. G2 almost snatched that round from the jaws of defeat. And this time stacked towards the B bomb site, including aggression in lower dark. But at least they've cleared out that side of the map. They just don't really have anything to fight with.
No, they don't at all.
Good chance this gets all tied up.
Early days in this game. Nice to see it back and forth, keeping us on our toes. Again, I don't have any, but metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically, yeah.
Just as I hear James Bardoff and his lovely bassist voice coming through the wall and entertaining us even. It is Vitality EG, map 2. Vitality up 9-5 now. So a chance to put that into the third map of that series as well. Alien gets Nexa down as they continue to crawl close. So that's a long shot at the platform, and they didn't know that there was close players. So the fact that they were able to get that and they were able to swing over silently was a huge problem, but Hunter was holding from inside of the box at Gandalf. But unfortunately, as we know, Lord of the Rings is not a great movie according to Stunna, and neither was that round for G2.
Oh, you're going to send so much hatred in his direction. Oh, it's not ideal.
Oh, he just turned 32 as well. Poor guy.
Yeah, it was his birthday.
Happy birthday, Stunna. Sorry for the hatred, but you deserve it.
All tied up. 4s apiece. Drop down to try and get a quick pick. And, ooh, almost had the opportunity. Or did have the opportunity. Almost had the connection. Splitting. An upper dark push. Nico is down low, but he's cut off by the Molotov, and I think, yeah, he's just going to check out some utility. He doesn't want anything to do with this fight any longer, so he's going to back out and survive. Play with the smoke first, and ooh, this is dangerous. There's a time limit on this, and now that it's clear, Elian's position becomes much more dangerous. 2 players defending long for G2, and 2 players inside of the B bomb site. Mid and catwalk are going to be largely devoid of attention from the CT side.
Holding on to the mid positions, trying to figure out exactly where the remaining CTs are. a thinned out defense, and it's a 2-2 split. No one's going to be in middle, so they'll be able to go split B if they want very easily. Ominek's going to call the smokes towards CT, meaning that he'll be somewhat prepared. Or they should be somewhat prepared for this eventuality, and NiKo certainly is. Times it to perfection. He and his cousin, the Kovac duo, shut down B entirely. Krad falls, and Ilian, with 23 seconds, is already spotted from T-spawn. Should be pretty straightforward at this point, I think, to close out the round. 17 seconds. Done dizzle. Gonna get the gun? That's the question. AWP for Ilian.
Let the timer run out first. Hunt that bad boy down. Bit of a risk. Ilian looking. He's found NiKo, and ooh, Hunter was being cautious himself. So good find at the end for Ilian to stay alive.
This now is getting a little more dire in terms of the money, as you say. They could have taken that down and risked the bonus, but he manages to keep the AWP, so they'll buy what they can around it, forcing up with the Galils. A deagle for Lackey, and that's all he has. Jack's waiting at long as well. We haven't seen a lot of long battles early on this game so far, which seems to be so standard on Dust 2.
Yeah, we saw the one Ilian pick on Jax at the corner, but in terms of those big engagements, nothing of that sort quite yet. Two players pushing in the mid-round towards Catwalk. That's NiKo and Ominek with the AWP going for a late boost to lower dark. Jax has found his kill out towards long. Fortunate spam through smoke. Ooh, and that defense, they felt the pressure. Good nade from NiKo. They're going to come right through this smoke. NiKo goes back for more, and he almost finds 2 kills. 4 HP on Forrester and Nickelback. The op is overkill, but, I mean, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Gets the job done, right? Ilian is down. Ominek holding off the angle, and G2 finding another round to give them a buffer now. 6-4. Solid job done. NiKo's content with that. Does seem rather calm inside the studios right now, doesn't it? No coaches going nuts to bring the troops up. No over-the-top animations from each team. In fact, they're just trying to relax, as we see on screen now.
Stressful situation. Very stressful. Yeah, Malik is kind of sitting there like a choir boy, isn't he? Just hands crossed in his lap, no moving. Hunter turns around, he hears the pressure from lower tunnels. Good kills, he's got NiKo with him. It's just Lackey left. A nice, easy anti-eco. And NiKo wants the frag. NiKo's going to hunt things down. He's being very aggressive. 7-4, 3-round lead for G2.
And we'll see if they can continue on it. That one was very quick. Seems like just a second ago we were staring at the same people in the same seats. And now we'll see what the response will be from Entropiq. Interesting to see a Krieg go for the drop down in the middle this time. Forrester, now we're seeing the fast play toward long. Smoke down, he's going to cross over, try and get inside a pit is Jax as Forrester continues to hunt, but now he has support. He's called it through there, and Ominek is ready with the AWP. He'll find the first kill. Hunter gets on a Krad. Nickelback goes back for 2, though, and he's got Lackey. So what started out as a great hold and good defense from the CTs is quickly falling apart as Ominek gets trapped as well at the car. He has to go combative with the AWP. He'll find 2. You find that 3rd, and color me impressed. Already impressive enough as it is, but the round stays alive. It's Nexa versus the Nickel.
What a beast. That's a great sequence for Ominek. The Dusk even kind of called that matchup in general into question, the op battle of Ominek versus Ilian, and at least that time inside of the Flames in a tough situation, Ominek delivers. I actually really like everything about that defense from G2, which always kind of sucks when it doesn't pan out nearly as well as cool as it is. Continually going back for refights, flashing around that corner. And now we finally get that long engagement. Everyone's died in this area. Nickelback and Nexa in a 1v1. But neither of them have information.
So Nickelback has the bomb, but he's expecting that there's going to be someone down toward long. And Nexus positioning himself to try and flank that, or so that he'll walk directly toward him.
They both have the same internal clock. They both started moving at the same exact time. But yeah, except Nexus is maybe a little bit better. A little bit more honed by experience. That's a huge win.
Getting closer to that 2-0 scoreline in the series, and therefore the 3-0 scoreline in the Swiss system, and would be advancing into the playoffs first, G2. That would be pretty remarkable. I'm sure Nico would be very, very pleased with that. Well, all right, we've gone quiet, and I just absolutely heard James scream at the top of his lungs. So I can't help but look over. It looks like Vitality's about to take that game. It's 14-5, so that should go. So
that's probably Zyro doing something mental.
Probably. It would have to go to Dust 2. That'd be the third map for that series. So stay tuned for that. And again, that one is for elimination, not for advancement, as this one is.
A little bit of talking going on throughout the timeout, and then we'll get back into things.
Yeah, quite a few timeouts on in succession here, it seems.
Yeah, it was a bit extended. Oh well. AK on Nickelback and just pistols on everyone else. Ooh, Nickelback wants to go for this long play, but man, he never really set his feet and got comfortable in that engagement. 5-on-4 for G2. They're going to make their way up catwalk. They're hoping, I guess, that Nickelback would be able to get one kill and pull that follow-up support defender back towards long to have a little bit of a better avenue into the A-bomb site, but unfortunately it didn't work. So Amanek is going to have the line of sight. Here comes a run boost, here comes a shoulder peek, and the run boost, not the best one we've ever seen, but it still works. One player dropping into CT spawn. And finally, some kills. Ooh, a follow-up from Lackey. Nico's got 19 HP from his earlier engagement. This round just got so interesting for whatever reason.
For whatever reason at all. No one knows, Jason, but it is interesting. Bomb's going to tick with Lackey defending it. Oh, directly on top. He's looked away. What?
Well, they have no idea where the second player is either.
That's insane. I thought Lackey was about to be spotted. He was one step from going up the ramp, and Nico elects not to because they want to go for the elevator boost instead. That'll pay off, but it could have been a kill for free, and he gone even a step further. Ilian at long with a pistol. If he can tap away on Nexa, it's low enough on Nico, but he gets the shot instead. We're going to go 9-4 for G2.
Yeah, I would wonder if he got a little bit nervous that second player from Entropiq could have been at long and could have shot him in the back, because remember, he only had very low, underneath 20 HP, or if his teammate called him back for that boost up into the site. Regardless, you're right. I think Lackey got away with one. I think if Nico had kept pushing up the ramp, he might have been able to get that kill, but also might have put his teammate in a one-on-one or, heaven forbid, a one-on-two. Great lead. 5-round lead for G2.
Nico getting very aggressive. Ilian down toward the suicide. Thought he was actually going to be running out. He's not, but they'll hold each other without knowing, but holding the angles with the possibility that they could be pushing. It's Forrester that holds with Nico to swing around. He can hear the jumping on the other side, surely, as he goes on the pursuit. And I think this time you get away with it. Surely Ilian goes into long. Forrester sneaks in. Oh, Krad, though. Krad could spoil this whole thing. He's going to. Nico's going to be so close. He takes one shot. That's going to reveal it, and he tries to turn around fast enough. He can't. Krad gets the kill.
Oh, that's unfortunate. So much of this game so much of this map so far has been timing. If Nico doesn't take that one tap, he might actually hear the footsteps of Krad coming behind him, and then he can play it slow. Unfortunately, eliminated, and, well, at least he has information, right? He's passed that on to his teammates. Everyone from G2, all the remaining members are here. 4 players to defend. Oh, jumping over. That's great damage from Jax. He continues having a spectacular game. And Almanek, this can be a tough shot out into the open, especially with the flashbang in his eyes. Lucky to be alive and disappearing into the smoke. A mid boost. They have to find that kill towards Goose. Nickelback gets it, and now the Krieg is put into play. Krad coming in late. Nexa as well pushing forward, and he finds 2. Him and Hunter combined, and Krad must win the round. Entropiq on the back foot, and he finds no options with that drop.
Yeah, it drops down. No one's there. Rotating over. Bomb still waits on the ramp. It gets him slightly away from Hunter, but the timing is that he looks away, and he'll get taken down. Absolutely that, as it now goes around again to G2. So they're looking to collect a bunch in a row at this point in time. Nonetheless, Bit awkward for a moment there. Nexa, yeah, you saw exactly what happened. I mean, the dink was heard behind the car, so he and Hunter lit it up. Just to note as well, Vitality, oh, they're just making sure.
You've done too much. Sit back down, sir.
Well, I think it was that Nico's mic, they were making sure it was working. I don't know if that's necessarily illegal input, because that would be it would be a technical pause if it wasn't. So it's worth it to just check it and get that out of the way so we don't have to slow things down. I'm not mad about that. I don't know about you, Jason. But it is Vitality that has forced out map 3 in their series. I believe it was 16-5 in the end. So Nico takes out Forrester. Now we're starting to see those mid pushes through the doors from the CT side. Saw it in the last round. He got all the way up to the top. Didn't pay off. This time he goes, oh, underneath. That is lovely from Nexa. Nico was full blind and dead if he was not there.
This new dynamic of this kind of a push from mid that's so safe is so much fun to watch on this map. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm loving it.
It's so small, but yet it's refreshed it so much, right?
It's enabled so much CT aggression that we didn't previously have. I think that's a lot of fun to watch. So, 2 players inside of the A bomb site. Jax is, he's going to have the op to contend with. He's got to hide. A lot of damage dealt. Nexa and Nico are just fine on HP, and they're rotating over as well. Jax now watching behind. This is weird, though, because this player has the bomb, Nickelback, and Jax can hear him, but he's getting pushed from behind. That communication somehow didn't come out, and Nexa, what's his decision? Fall back or get aggressive? Entropiq, both players are waiting for this peak. Both players are waiting. It's immediate headshot, and that's a 5th round, a much-needed 5th round for Entropiq.
A very needed 5th round. So that gives them a bit more to work with as we try and look forward to the second half. And potentially, although this is more of a spread than what we had in our first game, a chance for them to get back into it. Entropiq, that is, by winning the pistol.
Yeah, that could close the gap real quick. And also, I mean, on the other side of the coin, obviously G2 could propel them to an early finish to the second map and to this series. And look, they've been playing, G2's been playing this game very, very well. Jax delivering, Almanex had some spectacular rounds. The aggression from Hunter, Nico, and Nexa has been something special.
Did you have G2 in your pick'ems, Jason?
I do, yes.
Nice. All right, well.
As a playoff team. I have NiP as my 3-0 and MOUZ Sports as my 0-3, so both of those are going to get tested in a big way today.
Very much so, yeah. That's
NiP Na'Vi and MOUZ ENCE.
Well, we'll see how that goes. NiP Na'Vi for sure, but yeah, ENCE on MOUZ could also be extremely close. Those are great matchups on paper. Krad, first shot through the smoke, takes Hunter down. Big gap in the smoke, by the way, because it was just the one of them. So Ilian tried to do something with that, but couldn't. It's still looking good for Entropiq. Very good for Nickelback as he finds his 3rd inside of the smoke. The ramp completely obliterated, and things are now ramping up in the favor of Entropiq because it's Almanex that's the last alive, and Nickelback's got 4. If he got 5, that would be a nickel, Jason.
That's now both pistol rounds going the way of Entropiq. Now, in the previous half, obviously, if you recall,
they got ecoed.
Yeah, G2 was able to respond with Deagles and a CZ in the second half. A very nicely coordinated crunch in middle from double doors and from catwalk.
Means also that the pistols are now 2-2 in the series because both of the first map pistols went the way of G2.
Indeed.
But yeah, the eco really did change it because you would have had more momentum and potentially more rounds for Entropiq. But that really kind of took that advantage away and gave it back to G2. And we'll see if they can do the same thing here. Nickelback is gone this time. Nico with the Deagle.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, this is looking all right now.
Yeah, now we're cooking with gas. They didn't even bring a whole lot into this. There's no armor. It's just Almanex with that scout, Nico with that Deagle. Nothing else, no utility, no armor whatsoever. And they're playing it on hard mode. They're going to go right at the bomb site that has 2 defenders. Forrester continues the spray, holds it down, but Nico's got another one. And now Krad's out in the open. And man, G2, these second rounds are looking real nice. Maybe they just, shouldn't win pistols from now on.
That's actually ridiculous that both times they won the force buy in the next. That's pretty sick. So Nico with a bunch of kills in the rounds, specifically the 1D at the start, and then follows it up. Almanex still looking a little frustrated, but getting some vocalization into this one, shall we call it? So 10-6, and yeah, I just want to point out that Ilian has been pretty successful throughout the course of this event so far for Entropiq. Has not done much so far on this map. 7 kills, and he's the AWP player. I know the money hasn't been amazing. Yeah, this is a problem, Hunter. He's right behind Lackey, but who sees the other first? Surely Hunter has to consider the fact that no one else is looking middle, right?
I think Hunter's eventually just going to move, and he'll be the one to look left to go towards the staircase and find Lackey. Oh, who knows? It's a long time to just be chilling. It's like that scene from Face Off where they're staring.
All right, would you stop it? It's the worst. I'll take your face off if you don't stop.
All right, Almanac looking up into the bomb site, sees one at single box. Lackey's going to get away.
That's crazy. It's one of those ones you'll see back later, or someone send it to you like a clip, and you'll be like, really?
Hunter's going to start moving in. Oh, Hunter better quickly clear this bomb site and let his team know. Actually, he's just going to have to big flank at this point. Excuse me. The rest of G2 fell back. Poor Jax just got sent to his death.
Abandoned.
In the worst possible way. Now, thankfully, I mean, it would have been tough for him to do enough to win the round, but Lackey did have a position where he could have been in middle. He could have been able to pick people off as they rotated back to B, but he's given that up to go catwalk. They have no idea Hunter's position. Good trigger discipline. He's got 2, cannot convert.
Yeah, a bit awkward. Knew he had to swing because they'd be ready for him, but they were just tucked in behind the boxes. Enough. As Almanac gets flashed off, he was also holding the rotations. Bombs just getting to the site. It is ahead of the rotation, but not by much, and they're not going to go. Not going to commit. Nickelback's low on HP, but he actually did significant amount to Nico. You're right, 11 seconds. They need to go now. Next has got Crad. Get the cross, boys. Get it over. They jump it out. They bait the shot, and even still, Almanac was on the flank behind them. Oh. He makes good on the play, and it's 12-6 for G2.
That made me so nervous. I'm not going to lie. When I saw how much time was left on that clock, I was getting real worried. I actually thought for a second they wouldn't even be able to think about going for the plan and just going for the kill. And G2,
that's an unimpressed look, right? That's like, really?
Yeah. Not the happiest game for Entropiq. They've been really tested in this series so far. At least on Mirage, they answered the bell. Not a bad Dust 2 as well so far. Just with losing that second round, this is going to make it a very tough comeback.
Get those hand warmers going. Keep those limbs limber.
Those fingers flexing.
Yeah.
It's looking like a tech pause for the moment.
It may have to do... Okay, it's not Nico. I thought it might have been because, again, they did tap his mic to see that it was working out, but it is a sound issue of some sort that is confirmed to me in my ear, which means someone from Stockholm has updated our production staff here in Bucharest. Excited to get to Stockholm?
I am excited to get to Stockholm. I love Stockholm.
I know you do.
I'm a huge fan of Stockholm. I love everything about that city. I love walking around. I like the water in the downtown area.
It's drinkable, unlike Michigan, where you're from.
Classic, but true. Yeah, it's a beautiful city, especially in the summer.
Yes, it is going to be a little more chilly. I will be more in my climate when we're there. But, yeah, no, looking forward to it. Mostly, I'm looking forward to obviously having fans back and celebrating Counter-Strike with them because that's going to be a ton of fun. And I think the hype will be through the roof. Hopefully the level of play comes to match it. I think there'll be some jitters for some teams on the stage, but I think from the talent perspective, we're all going to be just pumped about it. So
yeah,
hopefully we can get that hype and translate it to you guys and make it just as contagious and infectious.
Soak it in.
Yeah, absolutely. Almanac, 17 kills, tied with that of Hunter, and not far behind them, just one less, is Nico on 16. And all 3 of them are above that of Nickelback and Crad, who are tied at 14 on the Entropiq side. There you go. There's a look at some of the statistics. The headshot percentage and the ADR, average damage per round, 99 for both Hunter and Nico. Not bad.
Yeah, can't complain about that. Pretty deep effort from G2. Remember, Jax had that really, really hot start. He's kind of cooled off.